What if I told you most of what you believe about life is either incomplete or completely wrong? This video might change the way you see everything, your goals, your relationships, even yourself. And fair warning, some of these lessons are going to hit harder than you expect. They're not sugar-coated. They're not comfortable. But they're real. And that's exactly why they matter. Because the truth is, life doesn't reward comfort, it rewards awareness. And the sooner you see things clearly, the sooner you start living differently. Welcome to Rest Wise. I spent 3 to 5 hours putting this together, so you don't have to learn these lessons the hard way. So if you find even one of these valuable, make sure to like the video and subscribe. It really helps more than you think. And before we dive in, I want to know, what time is it where you're watching this right now? Drop it in the comments. Let's connect down there. Now, let's get into the lessons most people avoid, but everyone needs to hear. You can do everything right and still lose. You ever follow every rule, make every smart move, stay disciplined, stay patient, do exactly what people say you are supposed to do, and still watch everything fall apart anyway. Not because you were lazy, not because you messed up, just because it did not work out. That is the part nobody prepares you for. We grow up believing there is a clean equation. Work hard, be a good person, make the right choices, and life will reward you. It sounds fair. It sounds comforting. It sounds like control. But reality does not run on fairness. It runs on probability, timing, other people's decisions, and 1,000 invisible variables you cannot see. There are people who trained for years and lost in seconds. People who loved deeply and still got left. People who built something carefully and watched it collapse because of one thing they never could have predicted. And that is where it starts to hurt, because it breaks the story you have been telling yourself. Your brain wants a reason. It wants to believe if something went wrong, you must have done something wrong. Psychologists call this the just world bias. It is the idea that good actions lead to good outcomes and bad actions lead to bad outcomes. It helps us feel safe. It creates the illusion that we are in control of what happens to us. But the truth is, control is limited. You can control your effort. You can control your decisions. You can control your consistency. But you cannot control outcomes with certainty. You cannot control how other people respond. You cannot control timing. You cannot control luck. And luck plays a bigger role than most people are comfortable admitting. Think about 2 people with the same level of talent. One meets the right person at the right time, and everything takes off. The other misses that moment by a week and stays invisible. Same effort, same skill, completely different result. That is not failure. That is randomness. And this is where most people break, not because they lost, but because they expected the loss to make sense. When it does not, it feels personal. It feels like betrayal, like life owed you something and just decided not to pay. You start questioning everything. Was I not good enough? Did I miss something? Should I have done more? Sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes you did everything right and still lost. That does not mean your effort was wasted. It means your effort was not enough to guarantee that specific outcome. Those are 2 very different things, but they feel the same when you are in it, because we attach meaning to results. We treat winning as proof that we were right, and losing as proof that we were wrong. But outcomes are not always accurate reflections of your actions. A good decision can lead to a bad result. A bad decision can accidentally lead to a good one. Over time, things tend to balance out, but in the moment, it can feel brutally unfair. And this is the lesson that most people avoid because it is uncomfortable. If doing everything right does not guarantee success, then there are no guarantees. And if there are no guarantees, then you are exposed. But there is another side to this that most people miss. If outcomes are not fully in your control, then your identity should not be tied to them. Losing does not automatically mean you are less capable. It does not erase the discipline you built, the skills you developed, or the character you showed while trying. Those things stay. In fact, some of the most valuable traits only get built in situations where you do everything right and still lose. Because that is where you learn whether your motivation was real or conditional. It is easy to stay committed when things are working. It is much harder when they are not. That moment reveals what you are actually made of. There is also something else happening beneath the surface. Every time you act with intention, even if the result does not show up immediately, you are shifting probabilities. You are stacking small advantages. You are becoming someone who is more likely to succeed in the long run. But long-run thinking is hard when short-term pain is loud. And that is why this lesson feels brutal, because it forces you to separate effort from outcome. It forces you to accept that life is not a straight line between doing the right thing and getting rewarded for it. It also forces you to ask a deeper question. If there are no guarantees, why keep going? The answer is not because you are promised a win. It is because the process itself shapes you into someone who can handle whatever comes next. And that is the part most people overlook. Winning once does not make you resilient. But continuing after losing, especially when you did everything right, builds something much stronger than confidence. It builds stability. It teaches you how to move forward without needing constant validation from results. Because if you only trust yourself when you win, you will fall apart every time you lose. But if you learn to trust your decisions, your effort, and your standards regardless of the outcome, you become harder to shake. And that is a different kind of power. Not the kind that guarantees success, but the kind that keeps you in the game long enough for success to eventually find you, because it often does. Just not always when you expect it, and not always in the way you imagined. Nobody is thinking about you as much as you think. You know that feeling when you replay something you said hours ago, maybe even days ago, and it keeps bothering you. You start thinking you sounded awkward, or you said too much or not enough, and then your mind goes further. Now you are imagining what the other person must be thinking about you. You picture them judging you, analyzing you, maybe even talking about you when you are not there. It feels real. It feels like you are being watched, evaluated, remembered. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Most people forgot that moment almost immediately. Not because they do not care about you, but because they are too busy thinking about themselves. That sounds harsh at first, but it is actually just how the human brain works. There is something called the spotlight effect. It is a psychological tendency where you believe people are paying way more attention to you than they actually are. In reality, everyone else has their own spotlight pointed inward. They are thinking about how they sounded, how they looked, whether they made a good impression, whether they said something wrong. So while you are replaying your moment, they are replaying theirs. Think about the last time you noticed someone else do something slightly awkward. Maybe they stumbled over their words or said something that did not land well. How long did you actually think about it? A few seconds, maybe a minute. Then your brain moved on to something else, probably something about you. That is exactly what happens when it is your turn. But your brain does not accept that easily. It keeps telling you that your mistakes are bigger, more noticeable, more memorable. It turns small moments into permanent marks on your identity. And that belief starts shaping how you behave. You hold back from speaking because you think people are judging every word. You hesitate to try something new because you imagine people watching you fail. You filter yourself constantly, not because of reality, but because of a story you created in your head. Over time, that story becomes a cage. You start living as if you are always being observed, always being evaluated, always one mistake away from being exposed. And the worst part is, nobody actually signed up for that role in your life. Nobody is sitting there analyzing you the way you think they are. People are not as focused on you as you believe, and that can feel disappointing at first. It can feel like you are less important than you thought. But if you look at it differently, it is freeing. It means you are not being judged as harshly as you imagined. It means your mistakes are not being recorded and replayed in other people's minds. It means you have more space to be imperfect, to experiment, to grow without the constant pressure of invisible eyes watching you. There is also a deeper reason why your brain does this. It is trying to protect you. Back in earlier human history, social rejection could actually threaten survival. Being accepted by a group mattered. So your brain evolved to scan for signs of judgment, to avoid embarrassment, to keep you safe within the group. But today, that system is overactive. It treats small social moments like high-stakes situations. It exaggerates their importance. It convinces you that every interaction is being remembered and evaluated, even when it is not. So you end up protecting yourself from a threat that is mostly imagined. And that protection comes at a cost. You shrink. You stay quiet when you have something to say. You avoid opportunities because you are afraid of how you will look. You spend energy managing impressions instead of actually living. All because you think people are thinking about you far more than they really are. Here is the shift that changes everything. Instead of asking, "What are they thinking about me?" start asking, "What am I thinking about right now?" Because most of the time, your attention is on yourself, your concerns, your goals, your insecurities. That is not selfish. That is just human. And once you realize that everyone else is doing the same thing, the pressure starts to loosen. You stop treating every moment like a performance. You stop overanalyzing every word. You give yourself permission to exist without constantly editing yourself. That does not mean nobody ever notices you. It does not mean your actions do not matter. It just means they do not matter in the exaggerated, permanent way your mind makes them seem. Moments pass. People move on. Attention shifts. And the things you are most worried about right now will likely disappear faster than you expect. But if you keep believing that everyone is watching, you will keep holding yourself back for no real reason. You will trade real experiences for imagined judgments. So here is the uncomfortable but powerful reality. You are not the center of everyone else's world, and that is exactly why you are free to become the center of your own. Hard work doesn't guarantee success, only a chance at it. You have probably been told your whole life that if you just work hard enough, things will work out. Put your head down, stay consistent, outwork everyone else, and success will eventually show up like it is part of some agreement. It sounds motivating. It sounds fair. It is also incomplete, because there are people working incredibly hard right now who are not winning. People putting in long hours, sacrificing sleep, doing everything they were told to do, and still not getting the result they expected. Not because they are lazy, not because they lack discipline, but because hard work by itself is not a guarantee. It is a ticket, not the outcome, and that difference matters more than most people realize. Think about how many variables exist between effort and success. Timing, market conditions, other people's decisions, opportunities, access, even randomness. You can control how hard you work, but you cannot control how those variables line up. Two people can put in the same level of effort and get completely different outcomes. One catches the right opportunity at the right moment, and everything clicks. The other misses it by inches and gets nothing visible in return. Same effort, different result. That is not comfortable to accept because it breaks the idea that life is predictable. It challenges the belief that you can force success through sheer effort alone. Your brain resists that idea because it wants certainty. It wants a formula it can trust. But reality does not offer that. There is actually a concept in psychology and behavioral economics called outcome bias. It is when we judge the quality of a decision based on its result, rather than how sound the decision was at the time. If something works, we assume it was the right move. If it fails, we assume it was wrong. But that is not always true. You can make the right moves and still not get the outcome you wanted. And you can make poor decisions that somehow work out anyway. Over time, patterns matter, but in the short term, outcomes can be misleading. That is where people get stuck. They work hard, do not see results, and immediately start questioning themselves. They think something must be wrong with them, or that effort does not matter at all. So they either burn out trying to push harder, or they give up completely. Both reactions miss the point. Hard work is not useless. It is essential, but it is not a guarantee. It increases your chances. It puts you in positions where success becomes possible. It builds the skills, habits, and resilience that make it easier to recognize and take advantage of opportunities when they show up. But it cannot force those opportunities to appear on command. That is the part that feels brutal, because it means you can do everything within your control and still have to wait. Still have to deal with uncertainty. Still have to face moments where it feels like nothing is happening. And waiting without certainty is one of the hardest things for the human mind to tolerate. We want immediate feedback. We want proof that our effort is working. When that proof does not show up, doubt creeps in. You start wondering if you are wasting your time, if you chose the wrong path, if all this effort is leading nowhere. But what you do not see in those moments is what is being built underneath. Effort compounds in ways that are not always visible right away. Skills sharpen slowly. Networks grow quietly. Understanding deepens over time. You become more capable, more prepared, more aware. Those changes do not always produce immediate results, but they change your trajectory. They make it more likely that when an opportunity appears, you are ready for it. Because success often looks sudden from the outside, but from the inside, it is usually the result of a long period where nothing seemed to be happening. That is why two people can face the same opportunity, and only one of them can take advantage of it, not because one got lucky and the other did not, but because one was prepared when the moment came. Hard work does not guarantee that the moment will come. But without it, even if the moment appears, you may not be able to use it. So the real role of hard work is not to deliver success directly. It is to make you capable of handling it when it arrives. That shift in perspective changes how you approach everything. Instead of working with the expectation that effort will immediately pay off, you start working with the understanding that you are increasing your odds. You are stacking probability in your favor, and probability works differently than guarantees. Sometimes you do everything right and nothing happens. Other times things click faster than expected. Over time, consistent effort tends to win, but it does not follow a predictable timeline. That is why comparing your progress to someone else can be so misleading. You do not see their timing, their opportunities, or their starting point. You only see the result, and if you measure your effort against their outcome, you will always feel behind. The more grounded approach is to measure your effort against your own growth. Are you getting better? Are you learning? Are you becoming more capable than you were before? Because those are the things you actually control. And ironically, focusing on those tends to lead to better outcomes anyway. But you have to detach from the idea that effort equals immediate reward. That belief sets you up for frustration. The truth is simpler and harder at the same time. Hard work opens doors. It does not decide which ones open or when. It gives you a chance, and sometimes that chance is all you get. Most people settle, even if they swore they wouldn't. At some point, almost everyone makes a quiet promise to themselves. They say they will not be average. They will not settle for a life that feels small. They will chase what they actually want, not what is convenient or expected. And when they say it, they mean it. It feels real in that moment. You can almost see the version of your life that matches that promise. The career you actually care about. The relationships that feel right. The freedom, the growth, the sense that you did not just drift into a life you never chose. Then time passes. Not in a dramatic way. Nothing crashes or burns. There is no single moment where you decide to give up. It is quieter than that. Slower. Almost invisible while it is happening. You take the safe option just this once. You delay something important because the timing is not perfect. You tell yourself you will try later, when things are more stable, when you have more clarity, when it feels less risky. And those decisions make sense in isolation. That is what makes them dangerous, because one compromise does not feel like settling. It feels reasonable, responsible even. But those small compromises stack, and over time, they start shaping your life in ways you did not consciously choose. Before you realize it, you are living a version of life that is not exactly what you wanted, but it is close enough to tolerate, and that is where most people stop. Not because they are incapable of more, but because they adapted. There is a psychological mechanism behind this called hedonic adaptation. It is your brain's ability to get used to almost anything, good or bad, exciting or disappointing. It eventually becomes normal. So the life that once felt like a temporary situation slowly starts to feel permanent. Not because it suddenly became ideal, but because your expectations adjusted to match it. You stop comparing your reality to your original vision. You start comparing it to worse scenarios. At least it is stable. At least it is safe. At least it is not as bad as it could be. And just like that, the bar moves. Not in a way you consciously notice, but in a way that quietly redefines what you accept. There is also another force at play, and it is even harder to resist: social proof. Look around. Most people are doing something similar. They are choosing stability over uncertainty, comfort over risk, predictability over possibility. When you see that pattern everywhere, it starts to feel normal. It starts to feel like the correct path. And once something feels normal, it becomes harder to question. You tell yourself this is just how life works. That maybe your original expectations were unrealistic. That maybe wanting more was naive. So instead of chasing what you once wanted, you start managing what you have. You optimize within the boundaries instead of questioning them. You get better at tolerating, better at adjusting, better at convincing yourself that this is enough. And to be clear, not every form of settling is obvious or dramatic. It does not always look like giving up completely. Sometimes it looks like staying in something that is just okay. A job that pays well but does not challenge you. A relationship that is comfortable but lacks depth. A routine that feels predictable but not meaningful. Nothing is terrible, but nothing is truly alive either. That is the uncomfortable middle that traps people, because it is not painful enough to force change, but not fulfilling enough to feel satisfying. And over time, you start to forget what you originally wanted. Not because it disappeared, but because you stopped engaging with it. You stopped feeding that part of yourself. It gets quieter. But it does not go away. You might feel it in small moments. When you see someone doing something you once dreamed about. When you imagine a different version of your life for a second, and then quickly dismiss it. When you feel a subtle restlessness that you cannot fully explain. That feeling is not random. It is the gap between what you settled for and what you once believed was possible. And here is the part that is hard to accept. Most people are aware of that gap. They feel it. They recognize it. But they do not act on it. Not because they do not care, but because changing it requires discomfort. It requires stepping into uncertainty again, risking stability, facing the possibility that things might not work out. And after building a life that feels safe, even if it is not ideal, that risk feels heavier. So they stay, they adjust a little more. They lower the bar a little further. They keep telling themselves they will make a change later. Later becomes someday, and someday becomes never. This is how people who once swore they would not settle end up doing exactly that. Not through one big decision, but through a series of small, understandable choices that slowly reshape their life. And the most dangerous part is how normal it feels while it is happening. Because when everyone around you is doing the same thing, settling stops looking like settling. It just looks like life. Time doesn't heal everything. You just get used to the pain. You think time is going to come in quietly and fix what broke inside you, like it is some kind of invisible healer that slowly erases pain until one day you wake up and it is gone. That is what people tell you, right? Give it time. Time heals. But if you really pay attention to your own life, you start to notice something uncomfortable. The pain does not actually disappear. It just becomes familiar. At first, it is sharp, loud. It interrupts everything. You feel it when you wake up, when you are alone, when something reminds you of what happened. It demands your attention. It makes everything heavier. And in those early moments, you believe that the intensity means something permanent has been broken. Then time passes, not in a magical way. Nothing suddenly clicks. There is no moment where you feel completely healed. Instead, the pain changes shape. It becomes quieter, not because it left, but because you learned how to carry it. You build routines around it. You distract yourself. You learn which thoughts to avoid and which ones are safe to revisit. You get better at functioning even when something still hurts underneath. From the outside, it looks like healing. You are going to work. You are talking to people. You are laughing again. You are moving forward. But internally, something is still there. You notice it in certain moments. A random memory that hits harder than expected. A place, a song, a smell that brings everything back for a few seconds. That sudden drop in your chest that reminds you nothing was actually erased. It was just stored. There is a reason for this. Your brain is not designed to delete emotional experiences. It is designed to adapt to them. Through a process called emotional habituation, repeated exposure to the same feeling reduces its intensity over time. Not because the feeling disappears, but because your nervous system stops reacting to it with the same urgency. You get used to it. And getting used to something is very different from it being healed. That is the part nobody explains clearly. Because saying time heals everything sounds comforting. It gives people something to hold on to. It suggests that no matter how deep the wound is, it will eventually vanish on its own. But reality is more complicated. Some things do not fully heal, they integrate. They become part of your emotional structure. They shape how you think, how you react, how you see the world. Not always in obvious ways, but in subtle patterns that stay with you. A betrayal might make you more guarded. A loss might make you more aware of how fragile things are. A failure might make you hesitate, even when you are capable. These are not signs that you did not heal correctly. They are signs that the experience changed you, and change is not always clean or complete. This is where people get confused. They expect healing to mean returning to who they were before. But that version of you does not exist anymore. You cannot unlearn what you felt. You cannot unknow what happened. So instead of going back, you move forward with it. And over time, you become someone who can live with that weight without it controlling every moment. That is adaptation. But adaptation can be misleading because it can look like closure. You stop thinking about it every day, so you assume it is gone. You function normally, so you assume it no longer affects you. Until something triggers it again, and suddenly you realize it was never fully gone. It was just quiet. That realization can feel frustrating, almost unfair. Like you did the work, you gave it time, and it still shows up. But maybe the goal was never to erase it. Maybe the goal was to reduce its power. There is a difference between something existing and something controlling you. In the beginning, pain controls you. It dictates your mood, your focus, your energy. It feels overwhelming. Over time, if you process it, reflect on it, and keep moving, that control weakens. The pain becomes something you can hold instead of something that holds you. It is still there, but it no longer dictates every decision. And that shift is subtle, but it is real. The danger comes when you mistake numbness for healing. Because sometimes getting used to the pain means you stop engaging with it completely. You shut it down. You avoid anything that might bring it back. You build a version of yourself that functions but does not fully feel. That is not healing. That is suppression. And suppressed pain does not disappear. It leaks out in other ways, in reactions that feel bigger than the situation, in patterns you cannot explain, in a constant sense that something is off, even when everything looks fine. So time alone is not enough. Time gives you distance. It gives your nervous system space to calm down. It reduces the intensity. But what you do within that time is what determines whether you actually grow from it or just get used to it. Do you face it, understand it, learn from it? Or do you just learn how to avoid it better? Because one leads to integration, and the other leads to quiet repetition. This is the brutal part. You do not wake up one day completely free from every painful thing that ever happened to you. Instead, you become someone who can carry those things without breaking. You learn how to live with parts of your story that still hurt sometimes. And that might not sound as comforting as time heals everything, but it is more honest, and in a strange way, it is more empowering. Because it means you are not waiting for time to fix you. You are becoming strong enough to handle what time cannot erase. If you don't control your mind, someone else will. It does not start in some obvious, dramatic way. Nobody walks up to you and announces that they are about to control how you think. It is quieter than that. It slips in through what you watch, what you scroll, what you listen to, what you repeat to yourself when nobody else is around. And before you realize it, your thoughts do not feel entirely like your own. You wake up and reach for your phone. Within minutes, you are absorbing opinions, headlines, reactions, outrage, trends. Not just information, but emotion, fear, comparison, urgency, validation. It all hits your brain before you have even had a chance to think for yourself. And that matters more than it seems. Because your mind is not just something you have, it is something that gets shaped, constantly, by what you expose it to. There is a concept in psychology called cognitive priming. It means whatever you see or hear first starts influencing how you interpret everything that comes after. If you fill your mind with negativity, you start seeing more problems. If you fill it with comparison, you start feeling behind. If you fill it with noise, you lose clarity. You think you are just consuming content, but the content is also shaping you. And the scary part is how automatic it is. Algorithms are designed to keep your attention, not to protect your thinking. They learn what triggers you, what keeps you scrolling, what makes you react. Then they give you more of that. Not because it is good for you, but because it works. So, if you are not paying attention, your mind slowly becomes a reflection of whatever keeps you engaged the longest. You start thinking in patterns you never consciously chose. You adopt beliefs without questioning them. You react instead of deciding. And it does not stop with content. It shows up in the people around you, the conversations you hear, the expectations that get repeated so often they start to feel like facts. If everyone around you believes something strongly enough, it becomes harder to think differently, not because you are weak, but because your brain is wired to align with the group. It wants consistency. It wants acceptance. So it takes shortcuts. It borrows opinions instead of forming them. It repeats narratives instead of examining them. And the more you do that, the less control you have over your own thinking. That is how influence works. Not through force, but through repetition. You hear something enough times, and it starts to feel true, even if you never sat down and decided you believed it. This is why controlling your mind is not just about discipline. It is about awareness. You have to notice what is getting in. What are you feeding your attention every day? What kind of thoughts are you reinforcing? What voices are you allowing to shape how you see yourself and the world? Because if you are not choosing those inputs intentionally, something else is choosing them for you. And that something does not have your best interest in mind. It has its own goals. Engagement, profit, influence, control over attention. Your mind becomes the product. That might sound extreme, but look at how easily your mood can shift based on what you consume. One video can make you feel motivated. Another can make you feel inadequate. A few minutes of the wrong content can change how you see your entire day. That is influence. Now imagine that happening every single day, over months, over years. Those small shifts compound. They shape your identity, your confidence, your decisions. And most of it happens without you noticing. That is what makes it dangerous. Because you think you are in control, while your patterns are being quietly programmed. So what does it actually mean to control your mind? It does not mean blocking out the world completely. It means being intentional about what you allow in and what you reinforce. It means questioning your thoughts instead of automatically believing them. Just because a thought shows up does not mean it is true. Just because it feels real does not mean it is accurate. Your mind produces thoughts based on past experiences, external input, and emotional patterns. Not all of those are useful. Some are outdated. Some are influenced by things you did not choose. Some are just noise. If you do not filter them, they start guiding your behavior. And once your behavior is guided, your life follows. That is the real consequence. Not just thinking differently, but living differently based on thoughts that were never fully yours to begin with. Taking control starts with small things. Pausing before reacting. Noticing what triggered a certain thought. Asking yourself where that idea came from. Is it something you actually believe or something you absorbed? It also means creating space for your own thinking. Moments without constant input. Time where your brain is not being fed new information every second. That is where clarity starts to come back. Because when the noise fades, you can finally hear your own voice again. And that voice matters more than anything else. Not because it is always right, but because it is the only one that should have the final say in how you live your life. If you do not build that awareness, if you do not take responsibility for what shapes your thinking, then something else will. Not in a dramatic, obvious way, but in small, consistent influences that slowly decide what you believe, how you feel, and what you do. And by the time you notice, it might already feel normal. Your potential means nothing without action. You can have all the talent in the world sitting quietly inside you, and it will not change anything. Not your life, not your situation, not the way people see you. Because potential on its own is invisible. It is an idea, a possibility, a version of you that exists only in your head unless you do something with it. And that is where most people get stuck. Not because they do not have potential, but because they stay in love with the idea of it, instead of doing the work required to turn it into something real. There is a strange comfort in knowing you could be great someday. It protects your ego. As long as you do not fully try, you can always tell yourself that your best is still ahead of you, that you have not really tested your limits yet. But that comfort comes with a cost. Because the longer you stay in that space, the more your potential starts to fade into something else. Not because it disappears, but because it never gets developed. It stays raw, unshaped, unproven. And eventually, it becomes irrelevant. Look around. There are people with average ability who are doing extraordinary things. Not because they started with more talent, but because they acted. They showed up consistently. They made mistakes. They learned. They adjusted. They kept moving even when it felt uncomfortable. And over time, that action compounds. It builds skill. It builds confidence. It builds credibility. Things that potential alone can never give you. Because the world does not reward what you could do. It responds to what you actually do. That is a hard shift to accept, especially if you have always been told you are capable of more. that you are smart, talented, full of promise. Those words can feel like encouragement, but they can also become a trap because they focus on who you could be instead of what you are doing right now. And if you are not careful, you start identifying with that future version of yourself more than your present actions. You start believing that potential is enough to define you. But it is not. There is also something else happening beneath the surface. A fear that does not always look like fear. If you never fully act on your potential, you never have to face the possibility that it might not lead to the outcome you imagined. You never have to deal with failure at your true capacity, so you stay in preparation mode. You learn more. You plan more. You wait for the perfect moment. You tell yourself you are getting ready. But preparation without execution becomes avoidance. It feels productive, but it keeps you in the same place. Because action is where things get real. It exposes your weaknesses. It shows you where you are not as strong as you thought. It forces you to confront reality instead of staying in possibility. And that is uncomfortable. So the mind looks for ways to delay it. It tells you that you need more time, more clarity, more confidence. But those things are not prerequisites for action. They are results of it. You do not gain confidence before you act. You gain it by acting. You do not gain clarity before you start. You gain it by starting. That is the part most people misunderstand. They are waiting for a feeling that only comes after the thing they are avoiding. So they stay stuck, sitting on potential that never gets tested. And time does not pause while that is happening. Days turn into months. Months turn into years. And slowly, the gap between what you could have been and what you are becomes harder to ignore. That gap creates frustration, regret, a quiet sense that you are capable of more but not living up to it. And that feeling does not go away on its own. It builds. Because deep down you know the truth. Potential is not rare. Most people have some version of it. Ideas, abilities, interests, strengths that could turn into something meaningful. What is rare is consistent action. Showing up when you do not feel like it. Continuing when progress is slow. Doing the work even when there is no immediate reward. That is what turns potential into something real. And it is not glamorous. It is repetitive. It is uncomfortable. It requires you to face parts of yourself that you would rather avoid. Doubt, inconsistency, distraction, fear. But every time you act despite those things, you shift something. You move from possibility into reality. Even small actions matter more than perfect plans. Because action creates feedback. It shows you what works and what does not. It gives you something to adjust, something to improve. Without it, you are just guessing, and guessing feels safe because nothing is on the line. But nothing grows there. There is also a point where potential starts to become a burden instead of a gift. When you know you are capable of more, but keep choosing not to act, it creates internal tension. A constant awareness that you are holding yourself back. That tension does not motivate you forever. Eventually, it either pushes you to act, or it turns into resignation. You start lowering your expectations, telling yourself that maybe this is enough, that maybe you do not need to chase that version of yourself after all. And that is how potential quietly dies, not through failure, but through inaction. That is the real loss. Not trying and failing, but never finding out what would have happened if you actually committed. Because once time passes, you do not get those chances back in the same way. So the question is not whether you have potential. It is whether you are willing to act on it while it still matters. because until you do, it means nothing. Not everyone who loves you will treat you well. You think love is supposed to protect you. That if someone truly cares about you, they will naturally treat you with respect, patience, and understanding. It feels logical. It feels fair. Because if you love someone, you do not want to hurt them. So it only makes sense to expect the same in return. But reality does not follow that rule as cleanly as we want it to. Someone can genuinely love you and still treat you in ways that slowly damage you. Not always because they are trying to hurt you, but because they do not know how to love in a healthy way. Because they carry their own patterns, their own unresolved issues, their own emotional limits that show up in how they behave. And that is where things start to get complicated in your head. Because when you know they love you, it becomes harder to call out the way they treat you. You start softening everything. You explain their behavior instead of questioning it. You tell yourself they are stressed, they are struggling, they did not mean it like that. You focus on their intentions more than their actions. And slowly, without even noticing, you start accepting things you once said you never would. Not because you changed your standards, but because you convinced yourself this situation is different. But behavior is what shapes your reality, not intention. Someone can mean well and still create a situation that drains you, confuses you, and makes you feel small. And if that pattern keeps repeating, the feeling they have for you does not cancel out the impact it has on you. This is where most people get stuck. They hold on to the emotional connection while ignoring the behavioral pattern. They remember the good moments, the times when everything felt right, the version of that person that made them feel seen and valued. And those moments are real. That is what makes it so hard to walk away, because you are not imagining the good, you experienced it. But you are also experiencing everything else in between. The inconsistency, the distance, the moments where you feel like you are asking for something basic and still not receiving it. And over time, you start adjusting yourself to keep things stable. You speak less about what bothers you. You tolerate more than you should. You lower your expectations just enough to avoid conflict. And eventually, your version of what is normal in a relationship starts to shift without you realizing it. There is also a deeper hope that keeps you there. The belief that if you just stay patient, if you keep showing up with love, things will eventually balance out. That they will grow into the version of themselves you know they can be. That the good moments will become consistent. But people do not change just because they are loved. They change when they become aware of their behavior and decide to take responsibility for it. And that is something you cannot control, no matter how much you give. So you end up carrying the weight of both people, trying to maintain something that only works when you keep adjusting. And the hardest part is that it does not feel completely wrong. It just does not feel right either. It sits in that uncomfortable middle where you are not fully happy, but not unhappy enough to leave easily. And that is where time starts to pass, not in big dramatic moments, but in small repeated patterns that slowly wear you down. This is the truth that most people avoid because it hurts to admit. Someone can love you and still not treat you well. Those two things can exist at the same time. And accepting that forces you to stop using love as the only measure of whether you should stay. It forces you to look at how you are actually being treated on a daily basis, not just how you feel about them. And that is where the real decision comes in. because staying means accepting that pattern as your reality. Leaving means accepting that love, by itself, is not enough to keep something healthy. Neither option feels easy, but only one of them protects you from losing yourself while trying to hold on to someone else. You are replaceable in almost every area of life. There is a version of you that believes you are essential, that if you disappeared from a job, a relationship, a role, things would fall apart, that people would struggle without you, that systems would break, that your absence would leave a gap nobody could fill. And for a while, that belief feels true. You put in effort. You show up consistently. You solve problems. You become reliable. People start depending on you. You start depending on that feeling of being needed. It gives you a sense of importance, a sense of identity. But then something happens that quietly challenges all of it. You step away, even briefly, and things continue. Maybe not perfectly, maybe not exactly the same, but they continue. Someone else steps in. Responsibilities get redistributed. The system adjusts. The conversation moves on. And that realization hits harder than expected. Not because you were not valuable, but because you were not irreplaceable. That is the part most people resist. We want to believe that our role is unique, that our presence is critical, that we cannot be swapped out without consequences. It feels safer that way. It makes our effort feel more secure. But most structures in life are built to function beyond any one person. Workplaces are designed with redundancy. If one person leaves, another can be trained. If one approach fails, another can be tried. The system is built to survive individual absence. The same pattern shows up in social circles. People drift apart, new connections form, dynamics shift. It is not that you did not matter. It is that life keeps moving, and that movement does not pause for anyone. This is where it starts to feel uncomfortable, because it forces you to separate two things that are easy to confuse. Being valuable is not the same as being irreplaceable. You can be skilled, reliable, even deeply appreciated, and still be replaceable. That does not diminish your contribution. It just reflects how adaptable systems and people are. Your brain does not like that idea. There is something called the need for significance. It is a basic human drive. You want to feel like you matter, like your presence makes a difference, like you are not just interchangeable with anyone else. So when you realize that, in many areas of life, you are replaceable, it feels like a threat to that need. It can make your efforts feel smaller. It can make your role feel less secure. It can even make you question your identity. But there is another way to look at it, and it changes the entire meaning. If you are replaceable in a role, it means the role is not who you are. It means your identity should not be tied entirely to something that can continue without you. Because if it is, then every shift, every change, every replacement will feel like a personal loss, and life is full of change. Jobs end, roles evolve, people move on, situations shift in ways you cannot control. If your sense of self is built only on where you are and what you do, then every one of those changes will shake you. But if you separate who you are from the roles you play, something interesting happens. Being replaceable stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like freedom. It means you are not trapped. You are not defined by one job, one position, one group. You are someone who can move, adapt, grow, and step into new roles without losing yourself. Because what makes you valuable is not the specific role you fill, but the qualities you bring into any role. Your way of thinking, your work ethic, your ability to learn, to adapt, to connect. Those things transfer. They are not locked into one place. So even if you are replaced somewhere, you are not erased. You carry those traits with you into whatever comes next. There is also a deeper truth here that most people avoid. Sometimes people stay in situations longer than they should because they believe they are too important to leave. They think everything depends on them, that things will fall apart without them, that they cannot step away because they are needed. But often, that belief is more about attachment than reality, and it keeps them stuck. Because if you believe you are the only one who can hold something together, you will keep sacrificing yourself to maintain it. Recognizing that you are replaceable breaks that illusion. It shows you that things will continue with or without you, and that can feel harsh. But it also gives you permission to choose differently, to leave environments that do not serve you, to step away from roles that drain you, to stop carrying responsibility that was never meant to define your entire identity, because the system will adapt, people will adjust, life will move, and so can you. That is the shift. You stop trying to be irreplaceable and you start focusing on being adaptable. Because in a world where everything changes, adaptability is what actually keeps you relevant. Not being the only one who can do something, but being someone who can become valuable in many different places. And that kind of value does not disappear when one role ends. It evolves. Comfort is the fastest way to kill ambition. It does not feel dangerous at first. In fact, it feels like you finally made it. Things are stable. You are not stressed all the time. You are not chasing survival anymore. You have routines that work, income that feels predictable, a life that is manageable. And that is exactly why it is so easy to stay there. Comfort does not show up as a threat. It shows up as relief. You tell yourself this is what you were working toward all along. Less pressure, fewer risks, more certainty. It feels earned. It feels justified. But something subtle starts happening underneath that you do not notice right away. You stop stretching, not in an obvious way. You are still doing things, still showing up, still functioning. But you are no longer pushing into the unknown. You are repeating what already works instead of exploring what might work better. And your brain loves that. There is a reason for it. Your mind is wired to conserve energy and avoid unnecessary risk. When you find a situation that feels safe and predictable, your brain rewards you for staying there. It releases comfort signals. It reduces anxiety. It tells you to maintain what you have instead of risking it. From a survival perspective, that makes sense. From a growth perspective, it slowly starts to cost you, because ambition does not survive on comfort. It survives on tension. It needs a gap between where you are and where you want to be. It needs a reason to move, to improve, to push forward. When everything feels fine, that tension disappears. And when the tension disappears, urgency fades with it. You stop asking what else is possible. You stop questioning your current level. You stop imagining bigger versions of your life. Not because you cannot, but because you do not feel the need to. This is where most people get stuck, and they do not even realize it. They are not failing. They are not struggling. They are just settled. Days become predictable. Effort becomes routine. Progress becomes minimal but consistent enough to feel acceptable. And slowly, ambition starts to shrink. It does not disappear overnight. It fades. You might still have ideas in the back of your mind. Things you once wanted to try. Goals you used to think about more seriously. But they start to feel less urgent, less necessary. You tell yourself you will get to them eventually. Eventually becomes optional. And optional things rarely happen. There is also something else that comfort does, and it is even more subtle. It raises the cost of change. When you are uncomfortable, change feels like a solution. When you are comfortable, change feels like a risk. You start thinking about what you might lose instead of what you might gain. Stability, income, routine, familiarity. Even if those things are not perfect, they are known, and the unknown starts to feel heavier than staying the same. So you hesitate, you overthink, you delay, you wait for the perfect moment that never really arrives, and during that time, nothing moves. This is why some of the most ambitious periods in people's lives happen when they have the least to lose. When they are uncomfortable enough that staying the same is not an option. Discomfort forces action. Comfort allows delay, and delay, repeated over time, turns into stagnation. There is also a psychological pattern called the status quo bias. It is the tendency to prefer things to stay the same, even when better options exist. Once you get used to a certain level of comfort, your brain starts defending it. It resists change, not because change is bad, but because change is uncertain. So even when you know you are capable of more, even when you feel that quiet pull towards something bigger, you stay where you are because it feels safer. That is how ambition gets slowly replaced by maintenance. You shift from building to preserving, from creating to protecting, from pushing forward to holding on, and over time, that shift becomes your default way of operating. The dangerous part is that it does not feel like you are losing anything in the moment. There is no clear signal, no alarm that goes off telling you your ambition is fading. Life still works, things still function. But if you zoom out, you start to notice it. The goals you once had feel distant. The version of yourself you imagined feels less relevant. The excitement you used to feel about growth gets replaced by a preference for ease. And that is when you realize what comfort has been doing. Not harming you directly, but slowly lowering the intensity of your drive. The solution is not to reject comfort completely. That is not realistic, and it is not necessary. The real shift is being intentional about it. Using comfort as a place to recover, not a place to stay permanently. Creating situations where you still challenge yourself, even when you do not have to. Setting goals that require effort beyond your current routine. Putting yourself in environments that stretch your thinking instead of just reinforcing what you already know. Because ambition needs friction. It needs moments where things feel uncertain, where you are not fully in control, where you are forced to grow. Without that, it has nothing to push against. And without something to push against, it slowly fades into the background. Comfort will always feel good in the moment. That is why it is so effective. But if you are not careful, it becomes a quiet trade. You exchange long-term growth for short-term ease. And by the time you notice, the version of yourself you were capable of becoming feels a lot further away than it used to. You will outgrow people, and they will outgrow you. It usually does not happen with a big argument or a dramatic ending. There is no clear moment where you both sit down and decide this is over. It is quieter than that. Conversations get shorter. Energy shifts. The things you used to connect over start to feel distant. And at first, you try to ignore it. You tell yourself nothing has changed. You try to act the same way you always have. You reach for the same jokes, the same topics, the same rhythm. But something feels off, even if you cannot fully explain it. That is the beginning, because growth is not just about improving your life. It is about changing your perspective. What you value shifts. What you tolerate shifts. What excites you, what drains you, what feels meaningful. All of it starts to evolve. And when two people are not evolving in the same direction, the gap starts to show. Not immediately, but over time. Maybe you start thinking differently about your future, and they are still focused on the same patterns. Maybe you are trying to build something, and they are comfortable staying where they are. Maybe your priorities change, and the connection that once felt natural starts to require effort. And effort in relationships feels strange when it used to be easy. So you start questioning it. Is it just a phase? Am I overthinking this? Should I try harder? And that confusion is real, because there is history there. Shared moments, memories, a version of yourself that existed in that connection. Walking away from that does not feel simple. But here is the part that most people avoid. Not every relationship is meant to grow with you. Some people are part of a specific chapter of your life, not the entire story. That does not make the connection meaningless. It just means it had a role, and that role might be complete. Your brain resists this idea because it values consistency. There is something called attachment, where familiarity creates a sense of safety. Even if something is no longer aligned, it still feels comfortable because it is known. So instead of accepting the change, you try to force the connection to stay the same. You overlook differences. You minimize the distance. You keep showing up in a dynamic that no longer fits who you are becoming. And over time, that creates tension. Not always loud tension, but a quiet kind. The kind where conversations feel slightly forced, where you hold back parts of yourself because you know they will not be understood, where you leave interactions feeling drained instead of energized. That is a signal. Not that something is wrong with either of you, but that something has changed. And change is not always mutual. Sometimes you are the one growing in a certain direction. Sometimes they are. Sometimes both of you are, just not in ways that align anymore. And that is where it gets uncomfortable, because you start to feel a mix of emotions that do not sit easily together. There is gratitude for what the connection gave you. There is guilt for feeling like it is no longer enough. There is fear of letting go. And there is a quiet awareness that holding on is not working the way it used to. Most people try to resolve that tension by holding on longer. They think if they just try a little harder, things will go back to how they were. But growth does not reverse like that. Once your perspective shifts, it is hard to go back to seeing things the same way. And forcing yourself to stay in a connection that no longer fits can slowly pull you out of alignment with yourself. You start shrinking again, adjusting again, becoming a version of yourself that fits the relationship instead of one that reflects who you are now. That is the cost. And it works both ways. Just like you can outgrow someone, someone can outgrow you. They might move in a direction that no longer includes you in the same way. They might develop priorities, values, or perspectives that do not align with yours anymore. And when that happens, it can feel personal, like you were left behind, like you were not enough to grow with. But it is not always about worth. It is about direction. Two people can both be growing, both improving, both becoming better versions of themselves, and still not fit into each other's lives the way they once did. That is a hard reality to accept, because we like to believe that strong connections should last forever. But longevity and alignment are not the same thing. A relationship can be meaningful, important, even transformative, and still not be permanent. That does not erase what it was. It just means it is changing. The challenge is learning how to respect that change without turning it into resentment or forcing it into something it is no longer meant to be. Sometimes that means creating distance. Sometimes it means redefining the relationship. Sometimes it means letting it fade naturally instead of trying to hold it in place. None of those options feel easy, because letting go of people is not just about them. It is about letting go of a version of yourself that existed with them. And that is what makes it emotional. But there is also something important on the other side of that discomfort. Space. Space for relationships that align with who you are becoming. Space for conversations that feel natural again. Space for connections that support your growth instead of holding you in place. And that space only exists when you stop forcing connections that no longer fit. You do not have to turn it into a negative story. Not every ending is a failure. Sometimes it is just growth doing what it is supposed to do, moving you forward, even if that means moving you apart. Being nice won't get you respect. You probably grew up believing that if you were kind, polite, easy to deal with, people would respect you. That being nice would make people value you more, treat you better, maybe even admire you. It sounds right. It feels right. But if you pay attention to real life, something does not add up. You see people who are constantly accommodating, always saying yes, always trying to keep the peace. And somehow they are the ones who get overlooked, ignored, or taken for granted. And then you see someone else who is not particularly nice all the time, but they are direct, they set limits, they do not bend easily, and people take them seriously. That contrast is confusing at first, because it challenges the idea that kindness alone earns respect. The truth is, niceness and respect are not the same currency. Niceness is about how comfortable you make other people feel. Respect is about how clearly you define your value, and when you prioritize comfort over clarity, people start to read that in ways you did not intend. There is a pattern behind this. When you are always nice in the sense of always agreeable, always available, always willing to adjust yourself to keep things smooth, you send a signal, not through words, but through behavior. You signal that your boundaries are flexible, that your time is open, that your needs can be negotiated, and people respond to that. Not always consciously, not always with bad intentions, but they adjust their behavior based on what you allow. There is a concept in psychology called operant conditioning. It basically means people repeat behaviors that get rewarded. If someone interrupts you and you let it slide, they are more likely to do it again. If someone asks for your time and you always say yes, they will keep asking. Not because they are trying to disrespect you, but because your behavior made it easy. Over time, that pattern builds. You become the person people rely on when it is convenient, not necessarily the person they respect when it matters. And that gap starts to feel frustrating, because in your mind, you are doing everything right. You are being good to people. You are avoiding conflict. You are trying to be someone others like. But respect is not built on how much you give. It is built on what you are willing to protect. Your time, your energy, your standards. When those things are unclear or constantly sacrificed, people stop seeing them as valuable, not because they do not appreciate you, but because you are not showing them that those things have limits. This is where a lot of people get stuck. They think setting boundaries will make them less liked. That saying no will push people away. That being direct will create tension. And sometimes it will. But avoiding that tension comes at a cost. You end up in situations where you are liked, but not taken seriously, included but not valued, needed but not respected. And that feeling builds quietly. You start noticing that your opinion is not considered as much, that your time is treated as flexible, that people assume you will adjust, compromise, or accept things without pushing back. Not because they decided you are not important, but because your behavior trained them to expect that. That is the uncomfortable truth. Respect is not given based on intention. It is built based on patterns, and patterns come from what you consistently allow. There is also something deeper happening. When you are overly focused on being nice, you are often trying to avoid discomfort. You are trying to avoid conflict, rejection, or tension. So you prioritize keeping things smooth over expressing what is actually true for you. But people can sense that. They can feel when someone is holding back, when someone is agreeing just to keep the peace, when someone is not fully standing behind what they say. And that reduces the weight of your presence, not because you are less capable, but because you are less defined. Clarity creates respect. When people know where you stand, what you accept, what you do not accept, how you respond when something crosses a line, they adjust accordingly. They take you more seriously because there is structure to how you operate. That does not mean you have to be harsh or aggressive. Respect is not about being difficult. It is about being consistent. You can be kind and still have boundaries. You can be respectful and still say no. You can care about people and still prioritize your own standards. In fact, that combination is what actually builds respect, because it shows that your kindness is a choice, not a default. When you are nice all the time, regardless of how you are treated, it starts to feel automatic, expected, easy to overlook. But when your kindness exists alongside clear boundaries, it carries more weight. People understand that you are choosing to be that way, not just falling into it. And that changes how they respond to you. The shift is not about becoming less kind. It is about becoming more defined, saying what you actually think, protecting your time when needed, not automatically agreeing just to avoid discomfort. It will feel uncomfortable at first, because you are breaking patterns that people are used to. Some might push back, some might be surprised. But over time, the dynamic changes, because people adapt to the version of you that you consistently show them. And if that version has clear boundaries, clear standards, and a clear sense of self, respect starts to follow. Not because you demanded it, but because you finally made it visible. No one is coming to save you. At some point, you realize you have been waiting. Not in an obvious way. You are still living your life, still making decisions, still moving forward. But underneath all of that, there is this quiet expectation that something or someone is going to show up and make things easier. Maybe it is the right opportunity, the right person, the moment where everything finally clicks and the pressure lifts. You do not always say it out loud, but it is there. And it feels comforting. Because if someone is coming to help, then you do not have to carry everything alone. You do not have to figure it all out right now. You can wait a little longer, hold on a little more, trust that things will fall into place. But here is where it starts to break. That moment does not arrive the way you imagined. People might support you. They might guide you, open doors, give advice, even help you when you are struggling. But nobody is coming to take responsibility for your life. Nobody is coming to fix your situation for you. And the longer you hold on to that expectation, the more it quietly holds you back, because waiting changes how you act. You delay decisions. You hesitate to take risks. You stay in situations longer than you should because a part of you believes something external will shift and make it better. You keep telling yourself it will get easier when this happens or when that changes. So you wait. And while you are waiting, time keeps moving. Opportunities pass. Momentum fades. The version of you that could have taken action gets replaced by a version that is more cautious, more hesitant, more dependent on something outside of your control. That is the real cost. Not just lost time, but lost agency. There is a concept in psychology called learned helplessness. It happens when people start believing that their actions do not really change outcomes, so they stop trying to take control. But there is a quieter version of it that shows up here. It is not that you think you are helpless. It is that you think help is coming, so you do not fully step into your own responsibility. You stay in a kind of in-between state, not completely passive, but not fully decisive either. And that is where progress slows down, because real change usually requires uncomfortable action, decisions that are not guaranteed, moves that feel uncertain. If you are waiting for someone to make those moves easier, you will keep postponing them. And life does not reward hesitation in the long run. This is the moment where the truth feels harsh. No one is coming to save you. Not in the sense of removing your struggles, fixing your mistakes, or building your life for you. You are the one who has to take the steps, make the decisions, face the consequences, and that can feel heavy, because it means you cannot rely on a future rescue to solve your current problems. It means if something needs to change, you have to be the one to change it. But there is another side to this that people often overlook. If no one is coming to save you, then no one is coming to limit you either. The same independence that feels heavy is also what gives you control. You are not stuck waiting for permission. You are not dependent on someone else deciding when your life improves. You have the ability to act, to shift direction, to take ownership of what happens next. And that changes the way you move. Instead of asking who will help me, you start asking what can I do right now. Instead of waiting for the perfect moment, you start working with the moment you have. It does not mean everything becomes easy. You will still face uncertainty. You will still make mistakes. You will still have moments where you wish someone else could take over. But you stop relying on that as a plan, because relying on a rescue keeps you passive. Taking responsibility forces you to engage, and engagement is where progress starts. Even small actions matter. Making a decision you have been avoiding. Taking a step without knowing exactly how it will work out. Choosing to move instead of waiting. Those moments build momentum. And momentum is what replaces the need for rescue. Because once you start moving consistently, you realize something important. You were never as stuck as you thought. You were just waiting longer than you needed to. And once that waiting stops, things start to shift. Not because someone came to save you, but because you finally stopped expecting them to. Talent is useless without discipline. You have probably seen it before. Someone who is naturally good at something, almost effortlessly. They pick things up faster, perform better without trying as hard, and everyone around them notices it. People call it talent, and it feels like an advantage that should guarantee success. And for a while, it does. They get early wins. Recognition comes easier. Progress feels smooth. It looks like they are ahead, like they have something others do not. But then something strange happens over time. They stop improving. Not because they lost their ability, but because they never built the habit of pushing through difficulty. Things came easy for so long that when they finally hit resistance, they do not know how to respond. And that is where discipline starts to matter more than talent. Because discipline is what carries you when things are no longer easy. Talent can get you started. It can give you an initial edge, but it does not teach you consistency. It does not teach you how to show up when you do not feel like it. It does not teach you how to keep going when progress slows down. Discipline does. There is a concept in psychology related to delayed gratification, where the ability to resist short-term comfort for long-term gain is strongly linked to success over time. Discipline is built on that principle. It is choosing to act even when there is no immediate reward. And that is something talent alone cannot do for you. In fact, talent can sometimes work against you. When things come easy, you rely on that ease. You start expecting progress to feel smooth. So when it does not, it feels like something is wrong. You might think you are losing your ability, or that you are not meant for it after all. But the truth is, you are just experiencing what everyone eventually faces: difficulty. The difference is, people who built discipline early are familiar with that feeling. They expect it. They know how to work through it. They are used to repetition, to effort, to showing up even when motivation is low. So when things get hard, they keep going. And over time, that consistency compounds. While talent gives you a head start, discipline determines how far you go. Think about it like this. Talent might get you to a certain level quickly, but without discipline, you plateau. You stay at that level because you are not putting in the consistent effort required to move beyond it. Discipline, on the other hand, might start slower. It might not look impressive in the beginning, but it builds momentum. Small improvements repeated over time start to add up, and eventually, that steady progress overtakes raw ability. This is why you often see people who were not considered the most talented end up achieving more in the long run. Not because they suddenly became more gifted, but because they outworked the limitations of their starting point. They showed up when it was boring, when it was frustrating, when there was no applause, no recognition, no immediate payoff. And those are the moments that shape results. Because most of the process is not exciting. It is repetitive. It is slow. It requires you to trust that what you are doing now will matter later, even when you cannot see the results yet. That is where most people fall off, not because they lack ability, but because they lack consistency. They rely on motivation, and motivation is unpredictable. Some days it is there, some days it is not. If your progress depends on how you feel, it will always be inconsistent. Discipline removes that dependency. It creates structure. You do the work because it is part of your system, not because you feel inspired in the moment. And that system becomes your advantage. There is also another layer to this. Discipline builds identity. When you consistently show up, you start to see yourself differently. You become someone who follows through, someone who does not quit when things get hard, someone who can rely on their own actions, not just their potential. That identity is powerful because it changes how you approach challenges. Instead of asking, "Do I feel like doing this?" you ask, "What needs to be done?" And then you do it. That shift sounds simple, but it changes everything. Because success is not built on occasional bursts of effort. It is built on sustained, repeated action over time. Talent cannot sustain itself. Without discipline, it fades. Skills get rusty. Opportunities get missed. Potential stays unrealized. And that is the hardest part. Not failing because you were not capable, but because you never built the habits required to use that capability fully. On the other side, discipline keeps compounding. Even when progress feels slow, even when results are not immediate, it keeps building. And eventually, it creates something talent alone cannot. Reliability. The ability to produce results consistently, not just when conditions are perfect. And in the long run, that matters more than how naturally gifted you are. Because the world does not reward potential. It rewards what you can deliver, again and again, over time. The longer you avoid something, the worse it becomes. It usually starts small, something you know you should deal with. A conversation you have been putting off. A decision you keep delaying. A problem that feels uncomfortable enough that you tell yourself you will handle it later. And later feels harmless at first. You convince yourself it is not the right time. You need more clarity. You will do it when you feel ready. It sounds reasonable. It feels like you are being careful, not avoidant. But while you are waiting, something else is happening quietly. The thing you are avoiding does not stay the same. It grows. Not always in size, but in weight. In how much space it takes up in your mind. In how much energy it drains without you even touching it. You start thinking about it more often. Not in a productive way, but in a background kind of way. It lingers. It interrupts. It shows up when you are trying to focus on something else. And every time you avoid it again, the discomfort increases slightly. There is a psychological reason for this. Avoidance creates temporary relief, and your brain rewards that. It feels good in the moment to not deal with something stressful. That relief teaches your brain that avoidance works. So you repeat it. But that relief is short-term. Because the problem is still there, and now it is combined with something new. Anticipation. You are not just dealing with the issue anymore. You are dealing with the growing anxiety of knowing you have not dealt with it. And anticipation is often worse than the thing itself. Your mind starts filling in the gaps. It imagines the worst case. It exaggerates the consequences. It turns a manageable situation into something that feels overwhelming. So the next time you think about facing it, it feels heavier than it did before. And that makes you want to avoid it even more. This is how the cycle builds. Avoidance leads to relief. Relief reinforces avoidance. Avoidance increases anxiety. Increased anxiety makes the task feel bigger. A bigger task leads to more avoidance. And before you realize it, something that could have been handled quickly has turned into something that feels almost impossible to approach. You see this in simple things. A message you did not reply to becomes harder to answer after a few hours. Then after a day, it feels awkward. After a week, it feels like a whole situation you have to explain. The longer you wait, the more context you have to deal with. It also shows up in bigger areas. A small issue in a relationship that could have been addressed early turns into built-up resentment. A minor problem at work becomes a pattern that is harder to fix. A personal goal you keep postponing turns into a source of guilt. And that guilt adds another layer. Now it is not just about the task. It is about how long you have been avoiding it. It is about the pressure you have built around it. It is about the story you are telling yourself about why you have not acted yet. That story matters, because the longer you avoid something, the more you start associating it with discomfort, failure, or fear. It stops being just a task and starts becoming a reflection of you. You begin to think, why have I not handled this yet? What does that say about me? And that question makes it even harder to act. But here is the part that breaks the cycle. The moment you finally face it, it is almost always less intense than what you imagined. Not necessarily easy, not necessarily comfortable, but manageable. Because the version of the problem in your head has been amplified by time. Your brain had space to build it into something bigger than it actually is. And once you start, that imagined weight begins to shrink. You get real information instead of assumptions. You take action instead of thinking about action. You replace uncertainty with something concrete, and that shift reduces anxiety almost immediately. Not because the problem is solved instantly, but because you are no longer stuck in avoidance. You are engaged. That is the difference. Avoidance keeps you in a loop of thinking without doing. Action breaks that loop. Even small steps matter. Replying to the message, starting the conversation, taking the first step toward a decision. You do not need to solve everything at once. You just need to stop delaying the start, because the start is what your brain has been resisting. Once you move past that point, the rest becomes clearer. The difficulty becomes defined instead of imagined, and defined problems are always easier to handle than undefined ones. This is why avoidance is so deceptive. It feels like you are protecting yourself from discomfort, but you are actually extending it, stretching it out over time, adding layers to it, making it more complex than it needs to be. Facing something might feel uncomfortable in the moment, but avoiding it guarantees that discomfort will stay longer, and the longer it stays, the heavier it becomes. Until you decide to carry it differently, by finally dealing with it. You can't fix people who don't want to change. You see someone struggling. Maybe it is a friend, a partner, someone close enough that you care about what happens to them. You can clearly see what is going wrong. The patterns, the habits, the decisions that keep hurting them. And from your perspective, it looks fixable. You think if they just changed this one thing, things would get better. If they listened, if they tried, if they took your advice seriously, they could avoid so much pain. So you step in, you explain, you support, you guide. You have conversations that feel important. You try to show them a better way. And at first, it feels like you are doing the right thing. Because helping people feels right. But then something starts repeating. They agree with you in the moment. They say they understand. Maybe they even promise to change. And then nothing actually changes. They go back to the same behavior, the same decisions, the same patterns that brought them to that place in the first place. And you are left confused. Because from your point of view, the solution is obvious. The path is clear. You are willing to help. So why are they not taking it? This is where the truth becomes uncomfortable. You cannot fix someone who does not want to change. Not because you are not trying hard enough, but because change is not something you can apply from the outside. It has to be chosen from the inside. There is a concept in psychology called readiness for change. It explains that people move through stages. Sometimes they are not even aware there is a problem. Sometimes they are aware, but not ready to act. Sometimes they think about change, but still hold on to old habits. And until someone reaches a point where they genuinely want something different, no amount of external pressure will create lasting change. You can influence, you can support, but you cannot force transformation. That is where people burn themselves out, because they confuse caring with responsibility. You start thinking it is your job to help them improve, that if you just say the right thing, do the right thing, stay patient long enough, they will eventually change. So you invest more time, more energy, more emotional effort, and slowly, that effort turns into frustration. You start repeating yourself. You start feeling unheard. You start wondering why your effort is not enough to shift their behavior. But the problem is not your effort. It is the expectation that your effort can replace their decision. And it cannot. Because change requires discomfort. It requires someone to confront their own patterns, take responsibility, and choose a different path consistently. That is not easy. And if someone is not willing to go through that discomfort, they will stay where they are, no matter how much help you offer. This is where it becomes personal. You might start questioning your value, thinking, why are they not listening to me? Why do they not take this seriously? But their resistance is not a reflection of your worth. It is a reflection of where they are. People only change when the pain of staying the same becomes greater than the pain of changing. Until that point, even the best advice will feel optional to them. And optional things are easy to ignore. The hardest part is accepting that you cannot speed that process up for them. You cannot make them see what they are not ready to see. You cannot make them act on something they are not committed to. And trying to do that often pulls you into a cycle where you are giving more than they are willing to receive. That imbalance creates tension. You start feeling responsible for outcomes you do not control. You carry emotional weight that is not yours to carry. You invest in change that is not actually happening. And over time, that drains you. This is where the shift needs to happen. Instead of asking, how do I fix them? You start asking, what is actually within my control? You can decide how much energy you give. You can decide what behavior you accept. You can decide whether staying in that dynamic is healthy for you. Because while you cannot control their actions, you can control your boundaries. And boundaries are not about punishing someone. They are about protecting yourself from being pulled into patterns that are not changing. It does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop trying to do the work for them. You allow them to face the consequences of their choices. You step back from trying to manage their growth. You let their journey be theirs. And that can feel harsh, because it feels like you are giving up, but in reality, you are stepping into something more accurate. You are recognizing that growth is personal, that people have to want it for themselves. And sometimes, the most honest thing you can do is stop interfering with that process. Because as long as you keep trying to fix them, you might actually be delaying the moment where they take responsibility on their own. This is the part that hurts. Watching someone you care about stay stuck, knowing they could do better, but choosing not to, and realizing there is nothing you can do to change that for them. But there is also clarity in that realization. It frees you from a responsibility that was never truly yours. It allows you to redirect your energy toward something that can actually change: your own actions, your own decisions, your own growth. Because that is the one place where effort always has the potential to matter. And that is something no one else can do for you either. Your habits decide your future, not your goals. Most people think their future is built on what they want, the goals they set, the vision they imagine, the version of life they keep replaying in their head. It feels powerful to have that clarity, to know where you want to go. But if you look at how life actually plays out, something does not line up. People set goals all the time. Big ones, specific ones. They plan, they visualize, they promise themselves this is the year things will change. And then, nothing really changes. not because the goal was wrong, not because they did not want it badly enough, but because wanting something and building something are two completely different processes. Goals give you direction. Habits decide whether you move. That is the gap most people underestimate. A goal lives in the future. It is an idea, a target, something you aim for. But habits live in your daily behavior. What you do when nobody is watching. What you repeat without thinking. And your life is not shaped by what you intend to do occasionally. It is shaped by what you do consistently. There is a psychological principle called automaticity. It means that repeated actions eventually become automatic, requiring less conscious effort. Your brain creates shortcuts. It turns behaviors into patterns so you do not have to think about them every time. That is efficient. But it also means whatever you repeat becomes your default. So if your daily habits do not align with your goals do not stand a chance. You might say you want to get better at something, but if your routine does not include practicing it, the goal stays theoretical. You might want to improve your health, but if your habits do not support that, the outcome will reflect your behavior, not your intention. This is where people get frustrated. They think their goals are not working, but goals are not meant to work. They are meant to guide. It is your habits that do the actual work, and habits are not built in moments of motivation. They are built in repetition. That is why motivation alone is unreliable. Some days you feel driven, focused, ready to push. Other days you do not. If your progress depends on those emotional swings, it will always be inconsistent. Habits remove that dependency. You do the action because it is part of your routine, not because you feel like doing it. And over time, that consistency compounds. Small actions repeated daily start creating visible results. Not immediately, not dramatically, but steadily. And that steady progress is what actually changes your life. There is also something else happening beneath the surface. Every habit you repeat is reinforcing your identity. If you show up consistently, you start seeing yourself as someone who follows through. If you skip things regularly, you start seeing yourself as someone who does not. Those identities shape future behavior. Because once you believe something about yourself, you tend to act in ways that confirm it. So habits are not just about outcomes. They are about who you become in the process. And that identity is what sustains long-term change. A goal might get you started, but identity keeps you going. This is why focusing only on goals can actually slow you down. You become attached to the outcome instead of the process. You measure success by how close you are to the result, instead of how consistent you are with the behavior. And when results are slow, which they usually are, you feel like you are not making progress, so you lose momentum. But if you shift your focus to habits, something changes. You stop asking, did I achieve the goal yet? You start asking, did I show up today? That question is more actionable, more immediate, more within your control. And when you stack enough of those days together, the outcome starts taking care of itself. That does not mean goals are useless. They are important for direction, but without habits, they are just ideas. A goal without supporting habits is like a destination without a path. You know where you want to go, but you are not actually moving toward it. And the longer that gap exists, the more frustrating it becomes. Because you feel like you should be further along. But your daily actions are telling a different story. This is where honesty matters. If you want to understand where your life is heading, do not look at your goals. Look at your habits. Look at what you do consistently. because that is the direction you are actually moving in. And if that direction does not match what you want, the solution is not to set a new goal. It is to change what you do daily, even in small ways. Because small habits, repeated over time, have a way of reshaping everything. Not all at once, but enough that one day, the life you were aiming for starts to feel like something you actually built, not something you just wanted. Fear never fully goes away. You just act despite it. You are waiting for the moment when fear disappears, when you finally feel ready, confident, certain, like you can move forward without that hesitation in your chest, without that voice in your head questioning everything. It feels logical. Why act while you are scared when you could wait until you are not? But that moment does not come the way you think it will. Fear does not vanish when you level up. It does not politely step aside once you have more experience or more clarity. It just changes shape. The first time you try something new, the fear is obvious. It is loud. It tells you you might fail, you might embarrass yourself, you might not be good enough. So you think, once I get better, this feeling will go away. Then you get better, and the fear is still there. Now it is different. It is about higher expectations, bigger stakes, more to lose, more people watching. The voice changes, but the presence does not. That is when you realize something most people do not want to accept. Fear is not a sign that you are not ready. It is a sign that you are doing something that matters. There is a biological reason for this. Your brain is designed to keep you safe, not to make you successful. When you step into uncertainty, it triggers a threat response. It does not distinguish between real danger and perceived risk. To your brain, trying something new, taking a risk, putting yourself out there, all of that can feel like a threat. So it sends signals. Doubt, anxiety, overthinking, that urge to delay or avoid, not because you cannot handle it, but because your brain is trying to protect you from the unknown. If you wait for those signals to disappear, you will wait forever, because the unknown never fully goes away. Every new level, every new opportunity, every meaningful step forward comes with some degree of uncertainty, and uncertainty is where fear lives. This is why some people stay stuck. They interpret fear as a stop sign. They feel it and assume it means do not proceed. So they wait. They prepare more. They think more. They try to eliminate every possible risk before they act. But risk cannot be eliminated completely. And in trying to remove it, they remove movement. On the other side, there are people who feel the same fear, but respond differently. They do not wait for it to disappear. They act anyway. Not because they are fearless, but because they understand that fear and action can exist at the same time. That is the shift. You stop seeing fear as something that needs to be removed, and start seeing it as something that will be present while you move. At first, that feels uncomfortable. Acting while afraid feels unnatural. Your instincts tell you to pull back, to stay safe, to avoid what might go wrong. But every time you move through that feeling, something changes. Not the fear itself, at least not immediately. What changes is your relationship with it. You start to realize that you can handle it, that the feeling does not control you as much as you thought, that you can take action even when your mind is full of doubt, and that realization builds confidence. Not the kind of confidence that comes from feeling ready, but the kind that comes from proving to yourself that you can act without needing to feel ready. There is a difference. One depends on emotion. The other depends on experience. And experience is what makes fear more manageable over time. Not because it disappears, but because it becomes familiar. You have felt it before. You have moved through it before. You know what happens on the other side, so it loses some of its power. It goes from being a barrier to being a signal that you are stepping outside your comfort zone, that you are doing something that could lead to growth, and that changes how you respond to it. Instead of asking, "How do I get rid of this feeling?" you start asking, "What action matters right now, even with this feeling present?" That question keeps you moving, because progress is not built on waiting for perfect emotional states. It is built on acting in imperfect ones. The people you look at and think they are confident, they are not operating without fear. They have just learned not to let it decide for them. They feel it, they acknowledge it, and then they move anyway. That is what creates momentum, and momentum changes everything. Because once you start moving consistently, fear stops being the thing that defines your decisions. It becomes something that exists in the background while you keep going. And over time, that is what builds real confidence. Not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in its presence again and again until it no longer feels like something that can stop you. People care more about what you do than what you say. You can say all the right things. You can explain your plans, your intentions, your values. You can tell people who you are, what you believe in, what you are going to do next. And for a moment, it sounds convincing. It feels like you are moving in the right direction just by talking about it. But if nothing follows, something shifts. People stop listening. Not immediately. At first, they give you the benefit of the doubt. They assume you mean it. They expect to see it. But over time, if your words are not backed by action, those words start to lose weight. And once that happens, it is hard to get that weight back. Because people do not build trust based on what you say. They build it based on what you consistently do. There is a concept in psychology called behavioral consistency. It is the idea that people form judgments about you based on patterns, not promises. One action might not define you, but repeated actions create a clear signal. And that signal becomes your reputation. You might say you are disciplined, but if your behavior is inconsistent, people will not see you that way. You might say you value honesty, but if your actions do not reflect that, the words stop mattering. Because actions are harder to fake. Words are easy. They cost nothing. You can say anything at any time without immediate consequences. That is why they feel powerful. But action requires effort. It requires follow-through. It requires you to align what you say with what you actually do when it is inconvenient. That is what people pay attention to. Even if they do not consciously think about it, they are constantly observing patterns. Do you show up when you say you will? Do you follow through on commitments? Do your decisions match your stated values? Those observations happen quietly, but they shape how people see you. And once a pattern is established, it becomes your identity in their eyes. This is where a lot of people get stuck. They rely too much on explanation. They think if they just communicate clearly enough, people will understand their intentions. That if they explain why something did not happen, it will carry the same weight as actually doing it. But explanations do not replace results. You can explain why you missed something, why you delayed something, why things did not go as planned. And sometimes those reasons are valid. But over time, people stop focusing on the reasons. They focus on the outcome, because outcomes are what affect them. If someone repeatedly says they will do something and does not, It does not matter how good the explanation is. The pattern becomes clear. And once that pattern is clear, words lose credibility. That is the shift. You go from being someone people listen to someone people wait to see. And waiting to see is not the same as believing. This applies in every area. In work, people trust the person who delivers consistently, not the one who talks about what they will deliver. In relationships, people feel secure with someone whose actions show care, not just someone who says the right things. Even with yourself, this pattern matters. If you keep telling yourself you will do something and do not follow through, your own trust in yourself starts to weaken. You start doubting your own promises, and that doubt affects how you show up in everything else. Because confidence is not built on what you say you will do. It is built on what you prove to yourself you can do. This is why small actions matter so much. Not because they are impressive, but because they are consistent. Consistency builds evidence. And evidence is what people use to form beliefs. So if you want people to take you seriously, the focus cannot be on sounding convincing. It has to be on being consistent. Doing what you said you would do, even when it is inconvenient. Following through when there is no immediate reward. Letting your actions repeat the same message over and over until it becomes undeniable. That is what creates trust. That is what builds respect, and that is what makes your words matter again. Because when your actions and your words align, your words stop being just statements. They become signals. Signals that people can rely on. And once people rely on your signals, you do not have to convince them anymore. They already believe you. You teach others how to treat you. It is not something you announce. You do not sit people down and explain exactly how they should treat you. You do not hand out rules or guidelines. But somehow, over time, people learn. They learn from what you accept, what you ignore, what you respond to, and what you let slide. And once they learn, they adjust. That is how it actually works, because people are constantly reading behavior. Not just what you say, but how you react in real situations. If someone crosses a line and nothing happens, that becomes information. If someone respects your time and you reinforce it, that becomes information too. You are teaching them, whether you realize it or not. There is a concept in psychology called reinforcement. Behavior that gets a response tends to repeat. Behavior that gets ignored or accepted becomes normalized. So if someone cancels plans on you last minute and you act like it is no big deal every time, you are not just being understanding. You are setting a pattern. You are showing them that your time is flexible, that your plans are negotiable, that there is no real consequence for that behavior. And over time, they will treat it that way. Not necessarily because they want to disrespect you, but because nothing in your behavior tells them otherwise. This is where people get frustrated. They feel like others are not treating them well, not valuing them, not respecting their boundaries. But when you look closer, the pattern has been reinforced over time. Not intentionally, but consistently. You might have stayed quiet when something bothered you. You might have prioritized keeping the peace over speaking up. You might have adjusted yourself to avoid conflict. Each of those moments felt small, but they added up. And now the way people treat you reflects those accumulated signals. That is the uncomfortable part, because it means the dynamic is not just about them. It is about what has been allowed, and accepting that does not mean blaming yourself. It means recognizing where your control actually is. You cannot control how someone chooses to act, but you can control what you tolerate. and what you tolerate teaches people what is acceptable. If you respond to disrespect with silence, it gets normalized. If you consistently make space for behavior that drains you, it becomes expected. But if you start responding differently, the pattern changes. Not instantly, not without resistance, but it changes. Because people notice when the response is different. If you start setting boundaries, saying no when something does not work for you, being clear about what you expect, it interrupts the pattern they are used to. And that interruption forces an adjustment. Some people will respect it, some might push back, and that pushback is important, because it reveals who is willing to adjust with you and who is benefiting from the lack of boundaries. That clarity matters. It shows you which relationships can grow with you and which ones were built on dynamics that only worked when you stayed silent or flexible. There is also something deeper happening here. When you do not set boundaries, it is often because you are trying to avoid discomfort. You do not want conflict. You do not want to seem difficult. You do not want to risk someone reacting negatively, so you stay quiet. But that short-term comfort creates long-term frustration, because every time you ignore something that bothers you, it builds. And eventually, it comes out in ways that are harder to manage. Resentment, distance, withdrawal, and by that point, the pattern is already established. Changing it feels harder because people are used to a certain version of you. But it is still possible, because patterns are not permanent. They are just repeated behavior. If you change your behavior consistently, the pattern shifts. It might feel uncomfortable at first, speaking up when you are not used to it, setting limits when you usually say yes, letting someone know something does not work for you. Those moments feel bigger than they are because they are new, but they are necessary. Because if you do not define your boundaries, someone else will define them for you, and they will usually define them in a way that is convenient for them, not for you. The goal is not to control people. It is to make your standards clear through your actions, so that the way people treat you is not based on assumption, but on consistent signals. And once those signals are clear, everything changes. People either meet that standard, or they do not. And that tells you everything you need to know. The world rewards value, not effort. You can work all day and still feel like nothing is moving. You can put in hours, stay busy, stay exhausted, feel like you are doing everything you are supposed to do, and still not get the result you expected. That is the part that feels unfair. Because we are taught that effort should be enough. That if you are trying hard, sacrificing, putting in time, it should eventually pay off. But the world does not measure how hard you try. It measures what you produce. And those two things are not always aligned. You can put in a lot of effort doing something that does not create much value, and you can put in less effort doing something highly valuable and get a much bigger result. That is the difference most people miss. Effort is internal. Value is external. Effort is what it feels like to you. The time, the energy, the focus you are putting in. But value is determined by how useful, rare, or impactful your output is to other people, and the world responds to value. Think about it in simple terms. Two people can work the same number of hours. One is doing something repetitive that anyone can replace. The other is solving a problem that very few people can solve. Same effort. Completely different reward. Not because one worked harder, but because one created more value. This is why effort alone can be misleading. It makes you feel like you are progressing because you are doing something. You are busy. You are tired. It feels productive, but business is not the same as value creation. And if you do not make that distinction, you can spend years working hard in the wrong direction. There is also a psychological factor here. We attach meaning to effort because it feels noble. It feels like it should matter. If you are trying hard, it feels like you deserve a result. But the world does not operate on what you deserve. It operates on what you deliver. That is not always comfortable to accept, because it means you have to step back and ask a different question. Not how hard am I working, but what am I actually producing? Is what you are doing useful to someone else? Does it solve a real problem? Does it create something that people value enough to reward? Because if the answer is no, increasing effort will not fix that. It will just increase how tired you feel. This is where a lot of frustration comes from. People feel like they are doing everything right. They are disciplined, consistent, committed, but the results do not match the effort. And instead of questioning the direction, they double down on the same approach. They work harder, but working harder on something that does not create value just leads to burnout, not progress. The shift happens when you start focusing on leverage instead of just effort. Leverage means your actions produce more impact per unit of time. It means you are working on things that scale, that reach more people, that solve bigger problems, or that require skills that are harder to replace. And that often requires a different kind of work. Less repetition, more thinking. Less busy tasks, more high-impact decisions. Less focus on time spent, more focus on results created. This does not mean effort stops mattering. It just means effort needs direction. Effort applied to valuable work compounds. Effort applied to low-value work stagnates. That is the distinction. There is also something else that changes when you start focusing on value. You stop measuring your day by how much you did. You start measuring it by what actually moved things forward. Did you create something that matters? Did you improve a skill that increases your ability to create value? Did you solve a problem that has real impact? Those questions are harder because they force you to be honest. They remove the comfort of just staying busy. But they also bring clarity, because once you know what creates value, you can align your effort with it. And that is where results start to change. It might feel slower at first, because creating value often requires learning new skills, thinking differently, stepping out of routines that feel productive but are not actually impactful. But over time, that shift compounds, because value scales in ways effort alone does not. If you build something useful, it can reach more people without you working more hours. If you develop a rare skill, your output becomes more valuable, even if your effort stays the same. And that is how the gap forms between people who are always busy and people who are actually moving forward. The busy ones focus on effort. The others focus on value. This is the part that changes everything. You stop asking, how can I work harder? You start asking what is actually worth working on. Because if you get that right, effort becomes powerful. If you get it wrong, effort becomes a trap. And the longer you stay in that trap, the more it feels like you are doing everything right while nothing is actually changing. Until you shift your focus from how much you are doing to what you are actually creating. That is when the world starts responding differently. You will fail more than you succeed. Nobody tells you this at the beginning. They show you highlights, wins, milestones, moments where everything worked out. It creates this quiet expectation that success is supposed to be the dominant experience. and failure is just an occasional setback along the way. But if you actually step into anything that matters, you start to see a different pattern. Failure is not the exception, it is the majority. You try something, it does not work. You adjust, it still does not work. You improve, you get closer, but you still fall short. Again and again. And that repetition starts to feel personal. Because your brain is wired to interpret failure as a signal that something is wrong. That maybe you are not good enough. That maybe this is not for you. So after a certain number of failed attempts, doubt starts to build. You begin questioning whether it is worth continuing, because in your mind, success is supposed to happen more often than this. But that expectation is the problem. Because in reality, most meaningful outcomes are built on a foundation of repeated failure. Think about any skill, any craft, any path where the stakes are real. You are not going to succeed more than you fail, especially in the beginning. You are going to miss more than you hit, and not by a small margin, by a wide one. There is a reason for that. Failure is information. Every attempt that does not work shows you something. What to adjust, what to improve, what does not produce the result you want. But that information only becomes useful if you stay in the process long enough to use it. Most people do not. They experience failure, interpret it as a final judgment, and step back. Not because they lack ability, but because they expected a different ratio. They expected effort to translate into success more quickly, more consistently. When that does not happen, they assume something is wrong. But what is actually happening is normal. There is also something else that makes this harder to accept. Success is visible. Failure is not. You see the finished product, the result, the moment where everything came together. But you do not see the attempts that led up to it, the rejected ideas, the mistakes, the versions that did not work. So from the outside, it looks like success happens more often than it actually does. That creates a distorted expectation. You compare your visible failures to someone else's visible success, and that comparison makes your progress feel slower than it is. But if you zoom out, the pattern becomes clearer. For every success, there are multiple failures behind it. Sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds. And that is not a sign of weakness. It is part of the process. The people who succeed are not the ones who avoid failure. They are the ones who stay long enough for failure to turn into feedback. There is a concept in learning called error-based adaptation. It means your brain improves performance by detecting mistakes and adjusting behavior. Without errors, there is nothing to correct. Without correction, there is no improvement. So failure is not just something that happens on the way to success. It is what creates the path. But that does not make it feel easier. Because each failure still carries emotion. Disappointment, frustration, sometimes embarrassment. And those emotions can make it feel like you are moving backward instead of forward. That is where mindset matters. Not in a motivational way, but in a practical one. If you treat failure as evidence that you should stop, you will stop. If you treat it as data that helps you adjust, you will continue. And continuation is what changes the ratio over time. At the beginning, failure dominates. As you improve, the gap starts to close. Success becomes more frequent, but failure does not disappear. It just becomes more refined. Smaller mistakes, more specific adjustments. But the process remains the same. You try, you learn, you adjust. Again and again. This is why resilience is not about ignoring failure. It is about expecting it, building your approach around it, understanding that most of what you do will not work the first time, and sometimes not even the 10th time, and being okay with that. Not because it feels good, but because it is accurate. Once you accept that, something shifts. Failure stops feeling like a detour. It becomes part of the route. You stop measuring progress by how often you succeed. You start measuring it by how much you are learning, how quickly you are adjusting, how long you are willing to stay in the process. Because the longer you stay, the more those small adjustments compound, and eventually, something works. Not because you avoided failure, but because you went through enough of it to understand what actually leads to success. And when that moment happens, it does not erase the failures. It proves they were necessary. Closure is something you give yourself. You keep waiting for it to feel finished. For that conversation, that explanation, that moment where everything finally makes sense, and you can move on without that lingering weight. It feels like closure is something that should come from the outside, like someone will eventually say the right thing, do the right thing, or give you the clarity you need to let go. And until that happens, a part of you stays stuck, replaying what happened, reanalyzing every detail, trying to connect pieces that do not fully connect. You tell yourself you just need one more answer, one more explanation, one more moment of understanding. Then it will be over. But that moment rarely comes the way you expect. Sometimes the other person does not explain anything. Sometimes they cannot. Sometimes what they say does not actually help. It leaves more questions instead of fewer. And now you are in a loop, waiting for clarity that depends on someone else who is not giving it. That is where the shift has to happen. Closure is not something you receive. It is something you decide. That sounds harsh at first, because it feels like you are letting go without understanding everything, like you are accepting an incomplete story. But the truth is, most endings are incomplete. Not everything gets explained. Not every question gets answered. Not every situation wraps up in a clean, logical way. And if you tie your ability to move on to perfect understanding, you will stay stuck in that space indefinitely. There is a psychological pattern called rumination. It is when your mind keeps cycling through the same thoughts, trying to solve something that does not have a clear solution anymore. It feels productive, like you are working toward clarity. But it is not. It is just repetition without resolution. Because the missing piece is not more information. It is acceptance. Acceptance that you might not get all the answers. That you might not fully understand why something happened the way it did. That someone else might not give you the explanation you feel you deserve. And choosing to move forward anyway. That choice is what creates closure, not the situation itself. Because closure is not about the past becoming perfect. It is about your relationship with the past changing. Instead of needing it to make sense, you allow it to be what it was. Instead of trying to rewrite it in your head, you stop interacting with it the same way. That is difficult, because holding on can feel like control. If you keep thinking about it, analyzing it, questioning it, it feels like you are still doing something. Like you are not just letting it go. Letting go can feel like losing something. But in reality, you are releasing the part that is keeping you stuck. There is also an emotional layer to this. Sometimes you are not just waiting for answers, you are waiting for validation. For someone to acknowledge what happened, to admit something, to recognize your experience in a way that feels fair. And when that does not come, it feels incomplete. But relying on someone else to validate your experience gives them control over your ability to move on. If they never give it, you stay stuck. That is why closure has to come from you. You decide that what you felt was real, that what happened mattered, that you do not need someone else to confirm it for you. That decision is powerful because it removes the dependency. It allows you to stop waiting, and waiting is what keeps things open. As long as you are waiting for something from the past, you are still connected to it in an active way. Closure is what breaks that connection, not by erasing the memory, but by removing the need to engage with it constantly. You stop asking why. You stop replaying scenarios. You stop searching for a version of the story that makes everything feel fair. And instead, you shift your focus to what is in front of you. That does not mean you forget. It means you stop carrying it the same way. There is a difference between remembering something and being held by it. Closure is what creates that difference. And it is not a one-time decision. It is something you reinforce. Every time your mind goes back to that place, you choose not to stay there. You acknowledge the thought, but you do not follow it. You redirect. Not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. Over time, that pattern weakens. The emotional charge fades. The need for answers becomes less intense. And what once felt unfinished starts to feel distant. Not because you solved it, but because you stopped needing to. That is what closure actually is. Not something you find, something you create. And once you do, you realize you were not waiting for an ending. You were waiting for permission to move on. And that permission was always yours to give. Being busy is not the same as being productive. It feels like progress. You have a full day, constant movement, things to do, things getting checked off. You are replying, organizing, attending, adjusting, reacting. By the end of it, you are tired, maybe even overwhelmed. And that tiredness feels like proof. Proof that you did something, that you worked hard, that the day counted. But then you look back and ask a simple question. What actually moved forward? And the answer is not always clear. That is where the disconnect shows up, because being busy and being productive are not the same thing, even though they feel similar in the moment. Business is activity. Productivity is progress. Business fills your time. Productivity moves something meaningful ahead. And the reason this gets confusing is because your brain rewards activity. Every small task you complete gives you a sense of accomplishment. It feels like you are making progress, even if the task itself does not change anything important. There is a psychological effect behind this called the completion bias. It means your brain prefers finishing small, easy tasks because they give quick satisfaction. You get that feeling of done, even if what you finished was not actually significant. So you lean into it. You answer messages, clean things up, organize files, adjust minor details, handle things that feel urgent but are not important. And your day fills up. It feels productive because you were active the entire time. But activity is not the same as impact. You can spend hours doing things that maintain your current position without improving it. That is what business often does. It keeps things running, but it does not move them forward. Productivity works differently. It is not about how much you do. It is about what you choose to do. It focuses on the tasks that actually create change, the ones that move you closer to a goal, build something meaningful, or solve a problem that matters. And those tasks are usually not the easiest ones. They require focus. They require effort without immediate reward. They often feel slower, heavier, less satisfying in the moment. That is why people avoid them. Not consciously, but naturally. because your brain would rather do 10 small tasks than one difficult one. 10 small tasks feel productive. One difficult task feels uncertain. But that one task is usually where the real progress is. This is where the shift needs to happen. You have to start separating what feels productive from what actually is. Because if you rely on feeling alone, you will default to business. You will fill your time with things that are easy to complete, easy to measure, easy to justify. And at the end of the day, you will feel like you worked hard, even if nothing meaningful changed. That is the trap. It keeps you moving without advancing. Breaking out of it requires a different way of thinking. Instead of asking, "What do I need to get done today?" you start asking, "What actually matters today?" What task, if completed, would make everything else easier or less necessary? What action would create real movement instead of just maintenance? That question forces prioritization, and prioritization is uncomfortable because it means saying no to certain tasks, even if they feel productive. It means leaving things unfinished so you can focus on what actually matters. It also means facing the harder work, the work that requires deep focus, the work that does not give immediate feedback, the work that might fail, might take longer, might not feel rewarding right away. But that is the work that compounds. There is also a time factor. Business often spreads across the entire day. You are constantly switching between tasks, reacting to things as they come up, never fully focused on one thing long enough to make real progress. Productivity, on the other hand, often requires fewer tasks but deeper focus. Longer periods where you are working on something that actually matters without interruption. That depth is what creates results. Not the number of things you touch, but the level of attention you give to the right things. This is why you can have a packed day and still feel unfulfilled. Because nothing important moved, and you can have a shorter, more focused day and feel accomplished. Because one meaningful thing changed. That difference is everything. It changes how you measure your time. It changes how you plan your day. It changes how you evaluate your effort. Because effort alone is not enough. Where you place that effort determines the outcome. And if you place it in the wrong areas, you can stay busy forever without actually getting anywhere. That is the reality. Business keeps you occupied. Productivity moves you forward. And the more you understand that difference, the more intentional you become with your time. You stop chasing the feeling of being busy. You start focusing on creating results, even if it means doing less. Because doing less of what does not matter is what gives you the space to do more of what actually does. And that is where real progress starts to show. Most opinions about you are based on perception, not truth. You think people see you clearly. That if you explain yourself well enough, act the right way, show who you really are, they will understand you exactly as you are. That their opinions will be based on your intentions, your effort, your truth. But that is not how it works. People do not see you fully, they see a version of you. A version filtered through their own experiences, biases, moods, expectations, and assumptions. And once that version forms, it becomes their reality. Not because it is accurate, but because it feels real to them. That is the part that is hard to accept. Because it means you can do something with good intention, and someone can still interpret it negatively. You can explain yourself clearly, and someone can still misunderstand. You can be consistent, and someone can still form a completely different picture of who you are. And you cannot fully control that. There is a concept in psychology called perception bias. It means people interpret information in a way that fits their existing beliefs. They do not see things as they are. They see things as they expect them to be. So if someone already thinks you are distant, they will notice moments where you are quiet and ignore moments where you are engaged. If someone believes you are confident, they will interpret your silence as calm, not insecurity. Same behavior, different perception. That is how subjective it is. And once that perception is formed, it becomes difficult to change, because people are not constantly reassessing you from scratch. They are updating their existing idea of you based on new information, and that update is influenced by what they already believe. So even if you change, even if you grow, even if you show up differently, some people will still see you through an outdated version, and that can feel frustrating, because it feels like you are being judged for something that is not fully true. It makes you want to explain more, to correct the misunderstanding, to prove who you really are. And sometimes that works, but not always, because not everyone is open to updating their perception. Some people hold on to their version of you because it fits their narrative, their comfort, their past experience, and trying to force them to see you differently becomes exhausting. That is where people lose energy. They start performing instead of living. They adjust their behavior constantly, trying to match what they think others expect, trying to control how they are perceived in every situation. And the more they do that, the more disconnected they feel from themselves, because you cannot be fully yourself if you are always managing how you appear. But here is the shift. Not every opinion about you deserves your attention, because not every opinion is grounded in reality. Some are based on limited information. Some are based on assumptions. Some are based on someone's own insecurities or past experiences that have nothing to do with you. And if you treat all of those opinions as truth, you lose your sense of direction. You start making decisions based on perception instead of alignment. That is when you drift, because instead of asking what is true for me, you start asking how am I being seen? And those are very different questions. One keeps you grounded, the other keeps you reactive. This does not mean you ignore all feedback. Some perceptions are useful. They show you how your actions are being received. They can highlight blind spots. They can help you adjust in ways that improve your communication or your impact. But the key is discernment, understanding which opinions are worth considering and which ones are just noise. And that requires confidence in your own self-awareness. Because if you do not have that, every opinion feels equally important. Every reaction feels like something you need to fix, and that creates instability. You become dependent on external validation to define who you are. But if you know your values, your intentions, your patterns, you can filter what you hear. You can take what is useful and let go of what is not, without needing to correct every misunderstanding, without needing to be seen perfectly by everyone. Because that is not possible. No matter how clear you are, no matter how consistent you are, people will still form their own version of you, and that version will never be fully accurate. That is not a failure. It is just how perception works. Once you accept that, something shifts. You stop trying to control every opinion. You focus on living in a way that aligns with who you actually are. You communicate clearly, you act consistently, you show up honestly, and then you let people interpret that however they will, because at the end of the day, their perception is theirs. Your responsibility is your truth, and those two things are not always going to match, and that is okay. Discipline matters more than motivation. You feel it on some days. That surge of energy, that clarity, that sense that you are finally ready to change things. You wake up with intention, you plan, you act, and everything feels aligned. It is easy to believe in yourself in those moments. That is motivation, and it feels powerful. It makes you think, this is it, this is how I am going to stay from now on. But then it fades. Not all at once, but gradually. The next day feels a little heavier. The day after that, even more. The same tasks that felt exciting now feel like effort. The clarity turns into resistance. And suddenly, you are back where you started. That cycle repeats more than people admit, because motivation is emotional. It depends on how you feel in a specific moment. It is influenced by your mood, your environment, your energy, even things you cannot fully control. Some days it shows up, some days it does not. And if your progress depends on it, your progress will always be inconsistent. That is where discipline comes in. Discipline is not about feeling ready. It is about acting even when you are not. It is the decision to follow through regardless of your emotional state. Not because it feels good, but because it aligns with what you said you would do. There is a difference between those two. Motivation asks, do I feel like doing this? Discipline asks, is this what needs to be done? And that shift changes everything. Because once you stop relying on how you feel, you remove one of the biggest variables that disrupt progress. There is a concept in behavioral psychology called habit loops. It explains how actions become automatic through repetition, triggered by cues and followed by rewards. Discipline is what builds those loops. You show up, you repeat the behavior, and over time it becomes less dependent on effort. It becomes part of your system. Motivation cannot do that on its own. Motivation might get you to start, but it does not stay long enough to build consistency. Discipline does. And consistency is what actually creates results. Think about it in simple terms. If you only act when you feel motivated, you might show up 3 days out of 7. Some weeks more, some weeks less. Your effort becomes unpredictable. But if you act based on discipline, you show up regardless of how you feel. That difference compounds. Over time, the disciplined approach creates momentum. The motivated approach creates bursts. And bursts do not build anything long-term. They create starts. And starting over repeatedly is exhausting. That is why so many people feel stuck. Not because they lack ability, but because they keep restarting the process instead of continuing it. Discipline removes that restart. It keeps the line moving forward, even if the pace is slower on some days. There is also something deeper happening. Every time you follow through when you do not feel like it, you reinforce a certain identity. You start to see yourself as someone who does what they say they will do. That identity builds trust with yourself, and that trust is powerful. Because once you trust yourself, you do not rely on external factors as much. You do not need perfect conditions. You do not need the right mood. You act because it is who you are. Motivation cannot create that identity because it is inconsistent. You cannot build a reliable sense of self on something that comes and goes. Discipline, on the other hand, is stable. It creates structure. And structure creates freedom in a different way. Not the freedom to do whatever you feel like, but the freedom to make progress regardless of how you feel. That is a deeper kind of control. It also changes how you experience difficulty. When you rely on motivation, difficult days feel like a problem. Like something is wrong. Like you are losing momentum. When you rely on discipline, difficult days are expected. They are part of the process. You do not question whether you should act. You already decided that. So you act anyway. And over time, those difficult days become less disruptive because they do not stop you anymore. They just become part of the rhythm. That is the real advantage. Not that discipline makes things easy, but that it makes progress consistent. And consistency is what most people are missing. They have the potential. They have the potential. They even have the motivation at times, but they do not have the system to sustain it. So they move in cycles. Start, stop, start, stop. And each stop makes the next start harder. Discipline breaks that cycle. It keeps you moving, even when it is not exciting, even when it is repetitive, even when it feels like nothing is happening yet, because something is happening. Progress is building quietly. And eventually, that quiet progress becomes visible, not because you waited for motivation, but because you showed up without it, again and again, until it no longer mattered whether you felt like it or not. You won't always feel passionate about what matters most. It starts with excitement, that feeling that this is it. This is the thing you care about, the thing that matters, the thing you want to build or pursue or commit to. In the beginning, it feels natural. You are pulled toward it. You think about it constantly. Effort does not feel like effort. That is what most people call passion. And it is real, but it is also temporary. What nobody really prepares you for is what comes after that initial phase fades. Because it always does. Not because the thing stopped mattering, but because your brain cannot sustain that level of emotional intensity forever. And when it fades, something confusing happens. You start questioning everything. You think, maybe this is not the right path. Maybe you lost interest. Maybe you were wrong about how much this mattered to you. Because if it really mattered, you should feel that same energy, right? But that assumption is where people go off track. Because passion is not a constant state. It is a spark. And sparks are meant to start something, not carry it all the way through. After that, what you are left with is something much quieter. Routine, effort, repetition. Days where nothing feels exciting, where the work feels heavy, where you would rather do something else. And this is the moment where most people disconnect. They interpret the lack of passion as a signal to stop. They think the feeling is supposed to guide them continuously. That if the feeling is gone, the direction must be wrong. But the truth is, the absence of passion does not mean the absence of importance. It just means you have moved past the beginning. There is a concept in psychology related to hedonic adaptation. It explains how we get used to emotional highs over time. What once felt exciting becomes normal. What once felt intense becomes familiar. So the thing that once gave you that rush of passion starts to feel like part of your everyday life. And everyday life does not feel like a spark. It feels steady. That steadiness is not a loss. It is a transition from emotion-driven action to commitment-driven action. And commitment is what actually builds something. Because commitment does not depend on how you feel in a specific moment. It depends on what you decided matters. That is the difference. Passion asks, do I feel excited about this right now? Commitment asks, is this still worth doing, even when it does not feel exciting? And if the answer is yes, you keep going. Even on the days where it feels flat. Even on the days where it feels repetitive. Even on the days where you question why you started. Those are the days that shape the outcome. Because anyone can show up when it feels good. But showing up when it does not feel good is what creates depth. It builds skill. It builds resilience. It builds something that lasts beyond the initial emotion. There is also something else that happens when you rely too much on passion. You become inconsistent. You show up when the feeling is there, and you disappear when it is not. That creates gaps, and those gaps break momentum. Without momentum, everything feels harder to restart, so you end up in cycles. High energy, then nothing. Excitement, then avoidance. And over time, that pattern makes you feel like you cannot stick to anything. But it is not that you cannot. It is that you are expecting a feeling to do a job it was never meant to do. Passion is not meant to sustain you. It is meant to point you. After that, discipline and commitment take over. They are less exciting, but they are more reliable. They keep you moving when the emotional side is quiet. And ironically, they are what bring a different kind of satisfaction later. Not the intense excitement of the beginning, but a deeper sense of progress, of mastery, of knowing you stayed with something long enough to see it grow. That feeling is not loud, but it is real, and it is built over time, not felt instantly. This is why people who succeed at meaningful things are not always passionate every day. They do not wake up excited all the time. They wake up and continue, because they understand that what matters most will not always feel inspiring. Sometimes it will feel like work. Sometimes it will feel like effort without immediate reward. Sometimes it will feel like nothing is happening, and still they stay with it. Because they are not chasing a feeling, they are building something. And building something requires consistency. Not just when it feels good, but especially when it does not. That is the part most people never see. They see the passion at the beginning. They see the result at the end, but they do not see the long middle. The part where passion fades and commitment takes over. And that is where most people quietly stop. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped feeling exciting. And they assumed that meant something was wrong, when in reality, it just meant they had reached the part where it actually starts to count. The people you admire were once ignored. You look at them now, and it feels obvious. Of course they made it. Of course people pay attention. Of course they get recognition, respect, opportunities. It all looks like a straight line when you see the outcome. But you are only seeing the version that made it visible. You are not seeing the part where nobody was watching. The part where they were doing the work and it felt like it did not matter. Where they were putting things out and getting little to no response. Where they were trying, adjusting, improving, and still being ignored. That phase exists for almost everyone who eventually becomes noticeable. And it is the phase most people do not survive. Because being ignored feels like failure, not dramatic failure, but quiet failure. The kind where nothing happens. No feedback, no validation, no sign that you are moving in the right direction. You post something and nobody reacts. You share an idea and nobody engages. You work on something for a long time and it barely gets noticed. That silence is heavy, because your brain interprets it as a signal. If no one is responding, maybe this is not good enough. Maybe this is not worth continuing. Maybe I am not cut out for this. And that doubt starts to grow, not because you are doing something wrong, but because you are not getting confirmation that you are doing something right. There is a psychological need for validation. Humans are wired to look for feedback from others to understand where they stand. When that feedback is missing, your mind fills in the gap. And it usually fills it with doubt. That is why so many people stop early. Not because they lack potential, but because they expected a response that did not come fast enough. They thought effort would lead to attention, but attention does not come immediately. It builds slowly, and before it builds, there is a long period where it feels like nothing is happening. This is where the reality shifts. The people you admire were not always admired. At some point, they were invisible. They were putting in work that nobody cared about yet. They were refining skills without recognition. They were showing up without an audience. And that is the part that shaped them. Because when you are ignored, you are forced to answer a difficult question. Will I continue without external validation? That question determines everything. If your answer depends on attention, you will stop when attention is not there. If your answer depends on your own commitment, you will continue long enough for attention to eventually show up, because it usually does. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but gradually. One person notices, then a few more. Then momentum starts to build. But that only happens if you stay in the process. And staying in the process without feedback is one of the hardest things to do. Because there is no immediate reward, no reassurance, just you and the work. That is where identity becomes important. If you define yourself by how others respond, your confidence will fluctuate constantly. It will rise when you get attention and drop when you do not. But if you define yourself by what you do consistently, the lack of attention does not stop you. It might affect you emotionally, but it does not change your behavior. You still show up. You still improve. You still put things out. And over time, that consistency creates a gap between you and the people who stopped when it was quiet. That gap is what eventually becomes visible. And when it becomes visible, people assume it was always there. They see the result and think it happened quickly. They do not see the period of being ignored. They do not see the repetitions, the adjustments, the moments where continuing felt pointless. But that is where the real work happened. There is also something else that changes during that phase. You get better without pressure. When nobody is watching, you have space to experiment, to fail, to refine without being judged at scale. That space is valuable. It allows you to build skill and clarity before attention arrives. Because once attention comes, the expectations increase. The pressure increases. And if you have not built a foundation before that, it becomes harder to sustain. So being ignored is not just an obstacle. It is part of the preparation. It is the phase where you build something real without relying on external validation. But most people never see it that way. They see it as a sign to stop. And that is why they never reach the point where they are noticed. Because the path to being seen goes through a period of being unseen. And the only way through that period is to keep going when it feels like it does not matter. Because that is exactly when it matters most. You can't have everything. Every choice costs something. You keep trying to find the version where nothing is lost. The path where you get all the benefits without the downsides, where you choose something, and somehow it does not require giving anything else up. It feels like there should be a perfect combination if you think hard enough, plan carefully enough, wait long enough, but that version does not exist. Every choice removes other options. Not always in a dramatic way, but in a real one. Time goes somewhere. Energy goes somewhere. Focus goes somewhere. And wherever it goes, it is not going somewhere else. That is the part people try to avoid. Because it feels uncomfortable to admit that saying yes to one thing means saying no to something else. So instead, you try to keep doors open. You delay decisions. You hesitate. You tell yourself you will choose later, when you have more clarity, when you are more certain, when you can see the outcome more clearly. But waiting is also a choice, and it has a cost too. While you are keeping options open, you are not fully committing to any of them. You are not going deep. You are not building momentum. You are staying in a space where everything is possible, but nothing is progressing. It feels safe, but it is also stagnant. There is an economic concept called opportunity cost. It means that the value of what you choose is not just what you gain, but what you give up by not choosing something else. Every decision carries that invisible trade. If you invest your time in one path, you are not investing it in another. If you focus on building one skill, you are not developing a different one at the same level. If you commit to one lifestyle, you are letting go of another, and those trade-offs are unavoidable. The problem is, people want the upside without acknowledging the trade. You want the freedom of one path and the security of another. You want the excitement of change and the comfort of stability. You want growth without discomfort, success without sacrifice. But those combinations rarely exist together. So you end up feeling stuck. Not because you do not have options, but because you are trying to choose without losing anything. And that creates pressure, because every option looks incomplete when you focus on what it lacks instead of what it offers. You look at one path and think about what you will miss. You look at another and think about what you will give up. So no option feels fully right. And that keeps you from moving. But here is the shift. A good decision is not one without cost. It is one where you are willing to accept the cost. That changes how you evaluate choices. Instead of asking which option gives me everything, you start asking which cost am I willing to live with, because every path has a cost. The question is not how to avoid it. The question is which one aligns with what matters to you. That requires clarity. Not just about what you want, but about what you are willing to give up for it. Because desire alone is not enough. You might want something, but if you are not willing to accept the trade-offs that come with it, you will struggle to commit. And without commitment, nothing compounds. There is also something else that happens when you accept trade-offs. You become more decisive because you stop searching for perfection. You understand that every option will feel incomplete in some way, that every path will close other doors. And instead of resisting that, you work with it. You choose based on alignment, not on the illusion of having it all. That decision creates momentum, because once you accept the cost, you stop second-guessing as much. You stop looking back constantly at what you did not choose. You focus on what you did choose. And that focus is what allows progress to happen. Without it, you stay split. Part of you moving forward, part of you still attached to other possibilities. That split slows everything down. But when you commit fully, even with the cost, your energy becomes more directed. You go deeper. You build faster. You learn more. Not because the path is perfect, but because you are no longer dividing your attention. This is the part that is hard to accept. You cannot optimize for everything at once. You cannot maximize every area simultaneously. Trying to do that spreads you too thin. It creates a life where you are involved in many things, but not deeply invested in any of them. And depth is what creates meaningful results. So something has to give, not as a failure, but as a requirement. Every meaningful outcome is built on trade-offs. Time for progress, comfort for growth, certainty for opportunity. And the sooner you accept that, the easier it becomes to move forward. because you stop trying to design a life without loss and start building one where the losses make sense, where the cost is something you chose, not something you are avoiding. And that shift turns decision-making from something stressful into something intentional. Not perfect, but real. Waiting for the right time wastes your life. You keep telling yourself it will happen later. When things settle down. When you feel more confident. When you have more clarity, more time, more certainty. When everything finally lines up the way it is supposed to. That is the plan. Just wait for the right time. It sounds responsible. It sounds patient. It even sounds smart. Because why rush into something when you can prepare, think it through, make sure the timing is perfect? But here is what actually happens while you are waiting. Nothing moves. You stay in the same place, thinking about what you could do instead of doing it. You replay the idea, refine it in your head, imagine how it might go. You convince yourself you are getting closer to action. But you are not. You are getting more comfortable with delay. There is a subtle difference between preparation and postponement. Preparation moves you toward action. Postponement keeps you thinking about action, and waiting for the right time often falls into the second category. Because the right time is not something that appears. It is something you decide. There is a concept in psychology called uncertainty avoidance. It describes how people try to reduce risk by waiting for more information, more control, more predictability. The problem is, most meaningful decisions never become fully predictable. There will always be unknowns. So if your standard for action is certainty, you will always find a reason to wait. You will tell yourself you need to learn more, plan more, think more. And thinking feels productive. It feels like you are doing something. But thinking without action creates an illusion of progress. You feel like you are moving forward because your mind is engaged, but your reality stays the same. That gap is dangerous, because time does not pause while you figure things out. Days pass, weeks pass, sometimes years pass, and the idea that once felt urgent starts to feel distant. Not because it stopped mattering, but because you got used to not acting on it. That is how opportunities fade. Not through failure, but through delay. There is also something else happening. The longer you wait, the bigger the action feels. At the beginning, it might have been a small step, something manageable, something you could have tried without much pressure. But as time passes, you build it up in your head. Now it feels more important, more risky, more significant. And that makes it harder to start, so you wait even more. This is how the cycle builds. You wait for the right time. The action becomes bigger in your mind. The bigger it feels, the more you hesitate. The more you hesitate, the longer you wait. And the longer you wait, the less likely you are to start. Meanwhile, life keeps moving. Other people are not waiting for perfect timing. They are starting before they feel ready. They are making mistakes, adjusting, learning in real time. And while they are doing that, you are still preparing, still thinking, still waiting. That difference compounds, because action creates feedback. You try something, you see what works, you adjust. That process moves you forward, even if it is messy. Waiting creates nothing, no feedback, no adjustment, no progress. Just more thinking. And thinking alone does not change your situation. There is also a hard truth here. The right time rarely feels right. Even when conditions are good, even when the opportunity is there, you will still feel doubt. You will still feel uncertainty. You will still question whether you are ready. Because readiness is not a feeling. It is something that develops through action. You become ready by starting, not before. That is the part most people get backwards. They think they need confidence to begin, but confidence comes from doing the thing, not from waiting to feel prepared for it. So the longer you wait, the longer you delay that confidence. And without confidence, starting feels even harder. This is why waiting becomes a trap. It feels like you are protecting yourself from making the wrong move. But what you are actually doing is preventing any move at all. And no move is still a decision. It is a decision to stay where you are, to keep things the same, to let time pass without changing anything. That is the real cost. Not just missed opportunities, but the slow realization that you could have started earlier, that you spent more time waiting than necessary. And that waiting did not make things easier. It just delayed everything. The shift happens when you stop asking when is the right time and start asking what is the smallest step I can take right now. Because action does not require perfect timing. It requires a decision. A decision to move, even if it is imperfect, even if it is uncertain, even if it is uncomfortable. That first step will not solve everything, but it will break the cycle. It will turn an idea into something real. And once something is real, you can work with it. You can improve it, adjust it, build on it. None of that is possible while you are waiting, because waiting keeps everything in your head. And your life does not change in your head. It changes when you act, even when it is not the perfect time, especially then. You are responsible for your reactions, not your circumstances. Something happens, and your first instinct is to point at it. The situation, the person, the timing, the unfairness of it. It feels automatic, almost justified. Because if something disrupts you, frustrates you, throws you off, it makes sense to say that is the reason you feel this way. And in a way, it is. Circumstances do affect you. They create pressure, discomfort, uncertainty. They can be genuinely difficult, sometimes completely outside your control. Ignoring that would not be honest. But there is a second layer most people overlook. What you do next. That part belongs to you, not the situation itself, but your reaction to it. The way you interpret it, the way you respond, the decisions you make after it happens. And that is where your control actually exists. Because two people can go through something similar and respond in completely different ways. One shuts down, withdraws, lets it define their direction. The other processes it, adjusts, and keeps moving. Same situation, different outcome. The difference is not what happened. It is how they responded to what happened. There is a psychological concept called cognitive appraisal. It explains how your brain evaluates a situation before generating an emotional response. The event itself is not what determines how you feel. Your interpretation of it does. If you see something as a threat, you react with stress or fear. If you see it as a challenge, you react with focus or determination. That interpretation happens quickly, often without you noticing. But it shapes everything that follows. This is why your reactions matter more than your circumstances. Not because circumstances are irrelevant, but because they are not the final factor. Your response is. And your response is something you can influence. Not instantly, not perfectly, but over time. Most people do not think about it that way. They treat their reactions as automatic. Something happens, they feel something, they act on that feeling. It feels natural. But natural does not mean fixed. Reactions can be trained. The more you become aware of how you respond, the more space you create between the event and your reaction. And that space is powerful. Because in that space, You have a choice, not about what happened, but about what you do with it. Do you escalate the situation or de-escalate it? Do you dwell on it or move past it? Do you let it define your next step, or do you decide that step intentionally? Those choices might seem small in the moment, but they compound. Because your life is not shaped by one reaction. It is shaped by patterns of reactions over time. If your default response to difficulty is avoidance, your path will reflect that. If your default response is adaptation, your path will look very different. That is how responsibility works here. It is not about blaming yourself for everything that happens. It is about recognizing where your influence begins. You cannot control every situation. You cannot control other people's behavior. You cannot control timing, randomness, or unexpected outcomes. But you can control how you respond. And that response determines what happens next. There is also something else that shifts when you take responsibility for your reactions. You stop feeling completely at the mercy of circumstances, because if your outcome is only determined by what happens to you, then you are always dependent on external factors. Good situation, good result. Bad situation, bad result. No control. But when you focus on your response, you introduce control back into the equation. Even in difficult situations, you have a say in how you handle it. That does not make things easy, but it makes them navigable. It also changes how you experience setbacks. Instead of seeing them as something that defines you, you start seeing them as something you can work through, not by changing the past, but by choosing your next move. And that shift creates resilience. Not the kind that ignores difficulty, but the kind that can move through it without being completely shaped by it. Of course, this is not always simple. Some situations hit hard. They trigger strong emotions, reactions that feel immediate and overwhelming. In those moments, it is not about having a perfect response. It is about becoming aware of it, catching it, even slightly, creating a small pause before you act. That pause is where change starts, because without it, your reaction runs on autopilot. With it, you begin to take control. And over time, those small moments of awareness build a different pattern. A pattern where you are not just reacting, you are responding. And that difference changes everything, because your life is not just a result of what happens to you. It is a result of how you handle what happens to you. And that is something you carry into every situation, whether you realize it or not. Regret hurts more than failure. It does not hit you right away. In the moment, avoiding something feels safer. You tell yourself it is not the right time, not the right situation, not the right version of you yet. You step back instead of stepping in, and there is a kind of relief in that. No risk, no embarrassment, no immediate pain. It feels like you protected yourself, but that feeling does not last, because what you avoided does not disappear. It stays in the background, unfinished, unresolved. And over time, it changes shape. It turns into questions. What if I had tried? What would have happened if I had said yes? What could that have become if I did not hold back? Those questions do not come with answers. That is what makes them heavy. Failure, at least, gives you something real. You try, it does not work, and it stings. There is disappointment, maybe frustration, maybe even embarrassment. But there is also clarity. You know what happened. You know where you stand. And once you know, you can respond. You can adjust, improve, try again, or choose a different path. Failure closes a loop. Regret leaves it open. That open loop is what lingers. Your mind keeps going back to it, trying to resolve something that never actually happened. It fills in possibilities, imagined outcomes, alternate versions of your life. And because those versions are imagined, they are often idealized. You picture the best-case scenario, the version where things worked out, where you succeeded, where everything aligned. And compared to that imagined success, your current reality can feel smaller. That comparison is unfair, but it is powerful. Because you are comparing something real, with all its imperfections, to something imagined, with none of them. And that gap creates a deeper kind of discomfort. There is a psychological principle called counterfactual thinking. It is the tendency to imagine alternative outcomes to events that already happened, or, in this case, events that never happened. Your brain does this to make sense of decisions, to learn, to evaluate. But when it comes to inaction, it often amplifies regret, because there is no concrete outcome to balance it, only possibilities. And possibilities can stretch infinitely. This is why regret tends to grow over time. Not because the original decision was bigger than it felt, but because your mind keeps revisiting it, expanding it, reshaping it. What felt like a small moment becomes something larger in hindsight, something that could have changed more than you realized. Failure does not grow the same way. It might hurt in the moment, but it becomes data. Something you can learn from, something you can reference, something you can move past with time. Regret stays abstract, and abstract pain is harder to resolve. There is also something else that makes regret heavier. It often comes with a sense of responsibility. You know you had a choice. You know you could have acted differently, and that awareness creates a different kind of weight. Not just that something did not work out, but that it never had the chance to. That it ended before it even started. And that can feel harder to accept because there is no external factor to point to, no clear event to blame, just a moment where you chose not to act. That is why regret tends to last longer. It is tied to missed opportunities, not failed attempts. And missed opportunities feel permanent. You can try again after failure. You cannot always recreate a moment that passed. That is the real cost of waiting, of holding back, of choosing comfort over action in the moment. It feels easier then, but it becomes heavier later. This does not mean you need to take every risk or say yes to everything. It means recognizing what actually matters. The moments that have weight, the opportunities that align with what you care about. Because those are the ones that turn into regret if ignored, and those are the ones worth facing discomfort for. Because failure in those moments teaches you something. It gives you closure. It gives you direction. Regret gives you questions, and questions without answers have a way of staying with you long after the moment has passed. That is the difference. Failure hurts, but it moves. Regret hurts, and it stays. And the longer it stays, the more it makes you realize that the pain of trying would have been easier to carry than the weight of never knowing. Your environment shapes you more than your intentions. You can want to change as much as you like. You can set clear goals, make promises to yourself, feel completely certain that this time will be different. It feels powerful in your head. It feels like you have control. But then you go back to your normal day. Same space, same people, same habits around you, same distractions within reach, and slowly, without realizing it, you start slipping back into old patterns. Not because you lied to yourself, but because your environment is stronger than your intention. That is the part most people underestimate. They think change is about willpower, about deciding hard enough, wanting it badly enough, staying motivated long enough. But willpower is limited. Your environment is constant. There is a concept in behavioral psychology called environmental conditioning. It explains how your surroundings influence your behavior by triggering automatic responses. You do not make every decision consciously. A lot of what you do is shaped by cues around you. If your phone is always next to you, you check it without thinking. If unhealthy food is always within reach, you eat it without much resistance. If the people around you normalize certain behaviors, you start adopting them, not because you plan to, but because it is easier to follow the environment than fight it. That is why intention alone often fails. You might genuinely want to wake up earlier, but if your environment encourages late nights, that intention struggles. You might want to focus more, but if you are surrounded by distractions, your attention gets pulled away. You are constantly reacting to what is around you, and reaction is stronger than intention over time, because intention is a decision you make once. Environment is something you interact with repeatedly. That repetition matters. The more you are exposed to something, the more normal it feels. The more normal it feels, the less resistance you have toward it. And the less resistance you have, the more likely you are to repeat it. That is how patterns form. And once patterns form, they run automatically. This is why two people with the same intention can end up with completely different outcomes. One is in an environment that supports the change. The other is in an environment that works against it. Same goal, different result. Not because one wanted it more, but because one was reinforced daily while the other was constantly pulled in the opposite direction. There is also a social layer to this. The people around you shape what feels acceptable, what feels normal, what feels possible. If you are around people who are disciplined, focused, growth-oriented, that behavior starts to feel standard. You adapt to it. You rise to match it. If you are around people who avoid effort, settle for less, or stay in comfort, that becomes the baseline. And without realizing it, you adjust to that too. Because humans are wired to fit into their environment, to align with the group. That alignment happens subtly. You do not wake up and decide to change. You gradually absorb what is around you. That is why changing your environment can be more powerful than trying to change your mindset. Because when your environment supports your goal, you do not have to fight yourself as much. The right behavior becomes easier. The wrong behavior becomes harder. And that shift reduces the reliance on willpower. Instead of forcing yourself to do the right thing, you make it the default. This does not mean you need perfect conditions, but it does mean you need awareness. Look at what surrounds you. The physical space you spend time in. The people you interact with regularly. The habits that are easy versus the ones that require effort. Because those factors are shaping your behavior more than your intentions are. If your environment is misaligned with your goals, you will constantly feel like you are struggling. Not because you lack discipline, but because you are working against your surroundings. And that is exhausting. On the other hand, when your environment is aligned, something shifts. Progress feels more natural, not effortless, but supported. You still need to act, but you are not fighting the same level of resistance. That is the advantage. And it compounds, because small behaviors, repeated in a supportive environment, build momentum. Momentum builds identity, and identity sustains change. This is why people who move into better environments often experience rapid growth. Not because they suddenly became different, but because the context around them changed, and that context shaped their actions. So if you want to change your life, do not rely only on intention. Look at what is influencing you every day. Because intention sets direction, but environment determines how easily you move in that direction. And if those two are not aligned, intention alone will not carry you very far. Not all friendships are meant to last. You do not expect it to end. When a friendship begins, it feels natural. Easy conversations, shared experiences, inside jokes that build over time. You assume it will continue, that the connection you have now will stay the same. Because why would it not? Nothing feels temporary when you are in it. But slowly, things start to shift. Not always in a dramatic way. Sometimes it is subtle. You talk less. The conversations feel different. The energy changes. What once felt effortless now feels like something you have to think about. And at first, you try to ignore it. You tell yourself it is just a phase. That things will go back to how they were. That you just need to reconnect, try a little more, hold on a little tighter. Because letting it change feels like losing something. And in a way, it is. But not every connection is meant to stay the same forever. That is the part people struggle with, because we are taught to value loyalty, consistency, long-term relationships, and those things do matter. But they do not override reality. People change, priorities shift, values evolve. The version of you that connected with someone at one point might not be the same version that exists now. And the same is true for them. That does not mean the friendship was fake. It means it belonged to a specific time. There is a psychological idea called relational drift. It describes how relationships naturally change over time as individuals grow in different directions. It is not always caused by conflict or betrayal. Sometimes it is just distance, different paths, different focuses, different ways of seeing the world. And that distance creates a gap. At first, the gap is small. You can still relate, still connect, still find common ground. But as time passes, that gap can grow, until maintaining the same level of closeness starts to feel forced. That is when people get stuck, because they remember what the friendship used to be. They hold on to that version, trying to keep it alive, even when the current reality does not match it anymore. And that creates tension, because you are trying to preserve something that has already changed. It is like holding onto a moment that cannot be recreated. You can revisit it in your mind, but you cannot live in it again. There is also an emotional layer to this. Letting a friendship fade can feel like failure, like you did something wrong, or they did, or something could have been fixed if you tried harder. But not every ending is a problem to solve. Some are transitions to accept. That does not make them easy, because even if there is no conflict, there is still loss. You lose the version of connection you once had, the familiarity, the shared history, the comfort of knowing someone in a certain way. And that loss deserves acknowledgement, not avoidance. But at the same time, holding on to something that no longer fits can create more strain than letting it evolve. Because when you force a connection to stay the same, it often becomes unnatural. You start noticing the differences more. The effort feels uneven. The conversations feel less genuine. And instead of appreciating what the friendship was, you start feeling frustrated about what it is not anymore. That is where acceptance matters. Not in a passive way, but in a clear way. Recognizing that some friendships serve a purpose during a certain phase of your life. They support you, shape you, teach you something, give you experiences that matter. And then, as life moves forward, they change. Not always disappearing completely, but shifting in form. less frequent, less intense, less central. And that is okay, because relationships are not only valuable if they last forever, they are valuable because of what they were when they existed fully. There is also something freeing in this understanding. You stop trying to hold onto every connection at the same level. You allow space for relationships to evolve naturally. Some deepen, some stay steady, some fade. And instead of resisting that, you work with it. You invest where there is mutual energy. You appreciate what was without needing it to remain unchanged. And you let go when holding on starts to feel like effort instead of connection. That does not mean cutting people off harshly or treating relationships as disposable. It means being honest about what is real now, because forcing something to stay the same does not preserve it. It distorts it, and accepting that not all friendships are meant to last does not take away their value. It actually allows you to see them more clearly, as something that mattered when it existed, not something that had to exist forever to be meaningful. Money won't fix your character flaws. You think more money will change you. Not just your lifestyle, but you as a person. That somehow, once you have enough, the things you struggle with now will smooth out. You will be calmer, more confident, more in control. The stress will go away, the bad habits will fade, and you will finally feel like the version of yourself you have been trying to become. It feels logical, because money solves problems. It gives you access, options, comfort. It removes certain pressures that make life harder. And because of that, it is easy to believe it will fix deeper things too. But it does not work like that. Money amplifies who you already are. It does not rebuild you. If you are disciplined, money gives you more leverage to act on that discipline. If you are careless, it gives you more room to be careless. If you avoid problems now, you will have more ways to avoid them later. The pattern does not disappear, it scales. There is a behavioral concept sometimes called trait amplification. It suggests that when constraints are removed, underlying tendencies become more visible. Money removes constraints, so instead of fixing flaws, it often exposes them more clearly. If you struggle with impulse control, having more resources does not suddenly make you patient. It gives you more opportunities to act on impulse. If you avoid responsibility, having money can make it easier to delay dealing with things, because now you can outsource, distract, or escape more easily. And at first, that feels like improvement. Life feels smoother. But the core issue is still there. It is just less obvious. This is why people are surprised when they reach a certain level of financial comfort and still feel the same internally. The same doubts, the same habits, the same reactions, because those things were never about money. They were about behavior. Money changes your external situation. Character is internal, and internal patterns do not shift just because your circumstances improve. There is also a deeper expectation people attach to money. They believe it will bring clarity. That once they have it, they will know who they are, what they want, how they should live. But clarity does not come from resources. It comes from reflection, from choices, from understanding your own patterns. If you do not do that work, money just gives you more ways to avoid doing it. You can stay busy, distracted, comfortable. But comfort is not the same as growth. In fact, too much comfort can slow growth, because pressure often forces change. When something is not working and you cannot ignore it, you are pushed to address it. You have to adjust, improve, take responsibility. But when you have enough resources to avoid that pressure, it is easier to stay the same. You can maintain habits that are not serving you because they do not create immediate consequences. And without consequences, change feels less urgent. That is where stagnation happens. Not because things are going wrong, but because nothing is forcing them to go right. This is why you see people with money who are still unhappy, still inconsistent, still struggling in ways that are not visible from the outside. Because money did not change their patterns, it just changed their environment. And environment can support or hide behavior, but it does not rewrite it. There is also something else that matters: identity. If you believe that money will fix you, you delay taking responsibility for who you are now. You tell yourself, "I will deal with this later, when things are better, when I have more." But later becomes a moving target, because the habit of postponing self-work does not disappear when you have money. It continues. So you end up in a better situation externally, but with the same internal patterns. And that creates a gap. Everything looks fine from the outside, but internally, nothing has really changed. Closing that gap requires a different approach. You stop treating money as a solution to internal problems. You start treating it as a tool that can enhance what is already there, not replace it. So the focus shifts. Instead of asking, "How do I earn more to fix this?" you ask, "What needs to change in how I think, how I act, how I respond?" Because those changes affect everything. They affect how you earn, how you manage, how you grow. And when those patterns improve, money becomes more useful, not as a fix, but as a multiplier. That is the difference. Money can improve your life. It can create opportunities, reduce stress, give you freedom, but it cannot do the internal work for you. It cannot build discipline. It cannot create integrity. It cannot resolve patterns you have not addressed. Those things require attention, awareness, and action. And the sooner you understand that, the more intentional you become. Because you stop waiting for a future version of yourself to fix current problems. You start working on them now, so that when money comes, it amplifies something strong, not something that still needs to be fixed. You don't need more time. You need more focus. You keep telling yourself the same thing. "If I just had more time, I would finally get it together. I would start that thing, finish what I keep delaying, become more consistent, more focused, more in control." It sounds reasonable, because time feels like the missing piece. You look at your day and it feels full. There are things to do, responsibilities, distractions, interruptions. It feels like there is just not enough space to do what actually matters. So you wait for more time. A free day, a better schedule, a moment where everything slows down. But when that time finally shows up, something strange happens. You still do not use it the way you thought you would. You scroll a little. You hesitate. You overthink where to start. You tell yourself you will begin in a bit. And before you know it, that extra time is gone, and nothing really changed. That is when it starts to become clear. The problem was never time. It was focus. Because time without focus disappears. You can have hours available and still feel like you accomplished nothing. And you can have a short window of time and get something meaningful done if your attention is fully there. That difference is everything. There is a cognitive concept called attention residue. It means every time you switch tasks, a part of your attention stays stuck on the previous one. So when you move from one thing to another, you are not fully present in the new task. You are split, and when your attention is split, your effectiveness drops. That is what most days look like. You are not lacking time. You are losing it in fragments. checking your phone, then trying to focus, thinking about something else while working, starting one task, then jumping to another before finishing it. It feels like you are doing a lot, but your attention is scattered, and scattered attention creates shallow work. Shallow work feels busy, but it does not create real progress. That is why you can spend an entire day active and still feel unproductive, because your focus was never fully applied to anything that mattered. Focus works differently. It is not about doing more. It is about doing fewer things with full attention. When you are focused, time stretches. Not literally, but in effect. You get more done in less time because your energy is not being divided. You are fully engaged with one task, moving it forward without interruption. That is where progress happens. But focus is uncomfortable because it requires you to remove everything else. No distractions, no quick breaks, no switching when something feels difficult. You have to stay with the task, and staying is hard, especially when your mind is used to constant stimulation. This is why people default to distraction, not because they do not care, but because distraction is easier than sustained focus. It gives quick relief, a small hit of novelty, a break from effort, something that feels light compared to the weight of deep work. But that relief comes at a cost. Every time you break your focus, you reset your momentum. And rebuilding that momentum takes time, so you end up spending more time getting back into the task than actually progressing in it. That is how time gets wasted. Not in big obvious ways, but in small repeated interruptions. Over and over. This is also why simply having more time does not solve the problem. If your attention is still scattered, more time just means more space to be distracted. More hours do not automatically create better output. Better focus does. There is another shift that happens when you start prioritizing focus. You become more intentional with your time. You stop trying to fit everything in. You choose what actually matters and give it your full attention. That means letting some things go. Not everything can have your focus at the same level, and trying to do that is what creates the problem in the first place. You stretch yourself too thin. You start everything, finish nothing, and end the day feeling like you need more time. When in reality, you needed more clarity on where your attention should go. This is where control comes back, because you cannot always create more time, but you can control where your attention goes within the time you have, and that control changes everything. It turns small windows into productive ones. It turns effort into results. It turns intention into action. You stop waiting for the perfect schedule. You start using the current one better. And that is when progress becomes consistent. Not because your days are longer, but because your focus is stronger. Because in the end, time is not what you are missing. Attention is. And once you learn how to direct it, you realize you had more than enough time all along. The truth often sounds harsh because it is. You feel it the moment you hear it. That slight resistance. That instinct to push back, to explain, to soften what was just said. It does not feel comfortable, so your first reaction is to question it. Maybe it is too extreme. Maybe it is not fair. Maybe it is missing context. Because if something feels harsh, it is easier to believe it is wrong, but discomfort is not always a sign of inaccuracy. Sometimes, it is a sign that something landed too close to reality. That is why truth often feels sharp. Not because it is meant to hurt, but because it cuts through the version of the story you have been telling yourself. And those stories are not random. They exist to protect you. Your mind builds explanations that make things easier to live with. It softens failures, justifies delays, reframes patterns in a way that keeps your self-image intact. That is not weakness. It is a defense mechanism. There is a concept in psychology called cognitive dissonance. It happens when your actions and your beliefs do not align. That gap creates discomfort. So instead of changing the behavior, your mind often changes the interpretation. It tells a different story, a softer one that reduces the tension. So when a harsh truth shows up, it disrupts that balance. It challenges the story you built, and that is why it feels uncomfortable. Because now you have a choice. You can reject it and return to the version that feels easier. Or you can sit with it and question whether there is something in it that is actually true. That second option is harder, because it requires honesty. Not surface-level honesty, but the kind where you look at your patterns without immediately defending them. The kind where you admit that maybe the thing you keep avoiding is actually your responsibility. That maybe the reason you are stuck is not just external. That maybe you have been telling yourself a version of the story that keeps you comfortable but not moving. That level of honesty feels harsh because it removes the buffer. It takes away the explanations that made things easier to accept. But it also creates clarity. And clarity is what allows change. Because you cannot fix what you refuse to see clearly. If you keep softening everything, reframing everything in a way that avoids discomfort, you stay in the same place. You feel better temporarily, but nothing actually improves. That is the trade-off. Comfort in the short term or progress in the long term. Harsh truths force that choice. They make it harder to stay in denial. They push you to confront things you might have been avoiding. And that confrontation is not pleasant. But it is necessary. There is also a difference between harshness and cruelty. Truth does not have to be delivered in a damaging way. But even when it is delivered calmly, clearly, without judgment, it can still feel harsh. Because the impact does not come from the tone. It comes from the content, from what it reveals. That is why you cannot judge truth based only on how it feels. If something challenges you, if it creates discomfort, if it makes you pause, that does not automatically mean it is wrong. It might mean it is worth examining. Not accepting blindly, but not rejecting immediately either. Just sitting with it long enough to understand it. Because sometimes, the truths that create the most discomfort are the ones that create the most change. They highlight patterns you have been ignoring. They show you where your actions do not match your intentions. They expose gaps you might not have noticed. And once you see those gaps, you cannot unsee them. That awareness changes how you move. It influences your decisions, your habits, your priorities. But only if you allow it to. If you shut it down too quickly, if you label it as too harsh and move on, you lose that opportunity. You return to what feels familiar, even if what feels familiar is not working. This is why growth often feels uncomfortable. Not because something is wrong, but because something is being revealed. And revelation is not always gentle. It does not always come in a way that feels encouraging or easy to accept. Sometimes it comes in a way that forces you to stop and rethink, to question your assumptions, to take responsibility in areas you might have avoided. And that is where the value is. Not in the comfort of the truth, but in its ability to show you what is real. Because once you see what is real, you can work with it. You can adjust, change, improve. Without that clarity, you are just guessing. Trying to fix things based on a version of reality that is not fully accurate, and that rarely leads anywhere. So the next time something feels harsh, do not dismiss it immediately. Ask a different question. Not does this feel good, but is there something here I need to see? Because the truth is not always meant to feel comfortable. Sometimes it is meant to wake you up. Most people quit right before things get better. It usually happens quietly. Not with some big dramatic decision, not with a clear moment where you say I am done forever. It is more subtle than that. You just slow down. You skip a day, then another. You tell yourself you will get back to it soon. And just like that, you are out. What makes it worse is the timing, because a lot of people quit right before something starts to shift. Not because they were not capable, but because they could not see what was about to happen next. Progress does not show up in a straight line. It stays invisible for longer than you expect. You put in effort, repeat the same actions, try to improve, and nothing seems to change. No big results, no obvious signs that it is working. It feels like you are stuck, and that feeling is convincing. It makes you question whether any of it is worth it, whether you are wasting your time, whether you should be doing something else instead. Because if there is no visible progress, your brain assumes there is no progress at all. But that assumption is wrong. There is a concept often talked about in growth and learning called the plateau phase. It is a period where your effort does not immediately translate into visible results. You are still improving, still building skill, still creating momentum, but it is happening beneath the surface. And because you cannot see it yet, it feels like nothing is happening. That is where most people drop off, not at the beginning, when everything is new and exciting, not at the end, when results are visible, but in the middle. The quiet, repetitive, uncertain middle, where effort feels disconnected from outcome. This is where doubt becomes louder. You start comparing yourself to others. You start thinking maybe they have something you do not. Maybe they are just better, faster, more suited for this. And those thoughts make it easier to justify stopping, because quitting starts to feel logical. If it is not working, why continue? But the problem is, you are making that decision based on incomplete information. You are judging the process before it has had time to show results. It is like leaving before the payoff arrives. There is also a psychological pattern called the expectancy gap. It is the difference between how quickly you expect results and how long they actually take. When reality does not match expectation, frustration builds, and frustration leads to disengagement. Not because the process is wrong, but because the timeline is longer than you anticipated. So you step away. And the moment you step away, you reset your momentum. All the effort you put in starts to lose its effect because it is no longer being reinforced. And that is the real loss. Not just the time you spent, but the progress that was about to become visible if you had continued a little longer. This is why persistence matters more than people realize. Not blind persistence, but informed persistence. Understanding that there will be phases where it feels like nothing is happening, and choosing to continue through that phase anyway. Because that phase is often right before something changes. There is also something deeper happening during that period. You are building tolerance. Tolerance for discomfort, for repetition, for delayed results. And that tolerance is what allows you to stay in the process long enough to benefit from it. Without it, every difficult phase feels like a signal to stop. With it, you recognize it as part of the cycle. That recognition changes your behavior. Instead of reacting to the lack of results, you stay consistent. And consistency is what carries you across that invisible gap. The people who eventually succeed are not always the most talented. They are often the ones who stayed when it stopped feeling rewarding. When it became routine, uncertain, even frustrating. They kept going, not because they were always confident, but because they understood that progress does not always announce itself immediately. It builds quietly, and then, at some point, it becomes visible. But that visibility only happens if you are still there, if you have not stepped away, if you have not convinced yourself that nothing is happening. That is the difference. Most people do enough work to get close, but not enough to cross the point where it starts to show. And because they never see that shift, they assume it was not possible, when in reality, they were closer than they realized. That is what makes quitting at that stage so costly. You are not starting from zero. You are leaving just before the return on your effort begins, and you do not even know it. So the challenge is not just to start, it is to stay, especially when it feels like it is not working, because that feeling is often part of the process, not the end of it. And the moment you learn to recognize that, you stop making decisions based only on what you can see right now. You start trusting the work you have already put in. And that is what carries you through the part where most people quietly give up. You can't outrun poor decisions forever. At first, it feels like you got away with it. A shortcut here, a bad call there, something you knew was not the best move, but it worked out anyway. Nothing broke, nothing collapsed, nothing forced you to deal with it immediately. So you move on. And because there was no consequence right away, it starts to feel like maybe it was not that serious. Maybe you can manage it. Maybe you can keep going like this. That is how the pattern begins. Not with one big mistake, but with small decisions that seem harmless in the moment. You ignore something you should have addressed. You delay something you know matters. You choose what is easy instead of what is right. And each time, life does not push back instantly. So you keep going. That delay is what makes it dangerous. Because consequences do not always show up when the decision is made. They show up later. Sometimes much later. There is a concept called delayed consequences. It means the outcome of your actions is separated from the action itself by time. That gap makes it harder to connect cause and effect. So when nothing happens right away, your brain assumes everything is fine. But the effect is still building, quietly, in the background. Think about it like this. One poor decision might not change much, but repeated over time, those decisions stack. They create patterns, and patterns shape direction. If you consistently avoid responsibility, things start to pile up. If you consistently choose comfort over effort, your progress slows down. If you consistently ignore small problems, they grow into bigger ones. Not all at once, but gradually. That gradual change is easy to ignore, because it does not feel urgent. There is no clear moment where everything shifts. It is subtle. You are slightly more behind than you were before, slightly less prepared, slightly more disconnected, slightly more dependent on things working out instead of making them work. And because it is slight, you keep going. You tell yourself you will fix it later, but later keeps moving. And the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to correct. Because now you are not just dealing with one decision. You are dealing with a chain of them. This is where reality catches up. Not in a dramatic way every time, but in a way that forces you to face what you have been avoiding. A missed opportunity. A breakdown in something you thought was stable. A situation where you no longer have room to delay. And suddenly, the cost becomes clear, not just the outcome, but the accumulation of choices that led to it. That is when it hits. You cannot outrun it. You might delay it, distract yourself from it, temporarily avoid it, but it does not disappear. Because your decisions are not isolated, they are connected. Each one influences the next, and over time, they create a trajectory. There is also something psychological happening here. When you get away with poor decisions, it reinforces the behavior. Your brain learns that this works, that there is no immediate penalty, so it becomes easier to repeat. That is called reinforcement learning. Actions followed by no consequence, or even a positive outcome, are more likely to happen again, even if they are not sustainable long-term. So you build habits around short-term outcomes, and those habits keep you in the same cycle, until the long-term outcome finally shows up. And by then, it is harder to ignore. This is why awareness matters early. Not when things fall apart, but when they still seem fine. Because that is when you have the most control. When the cost is still small. When one decision can shift your direction instead of trying to fix a long chain of them. It requires honesty. Looking at what you are doing, not just based on whether it is working right now, but based on where it is leading. Asking yourself, if this pattern continues, where does it take me? Because that question forces you to think beyond the moment, beyond the immediate result, and into the trajectory you are building. That is where responsibility shows up, not in reacting to consequences after they happen, but in adjusting decisions before they stack. Because once they stack, the correction becomes heavier. More effort, more time, more resistance. But it is still possible. That is the important part. You cannot outrun poor decisions forever. But you can stop making them. You can break the pattern. You can choose differently, even if you have been choosing the same way for a long time. And the sooner you do that, the less you have to undo later, because every new decision either continues the pattern or changes it. And that choice is always in front of you. Even if the consequences of the past are still catching up. Confidence is built, not found. You keep waiting for it to show up. Like one day you will wake up and suddenly feel ready, certain, sure of yourself in a way that makes everything easier. Speaking up will feel natural, taking action will feel obvious, and doubt will finally quiet down. That is how confidence is usually imagined. As something you discover. Something already inside you, just waiting to be unlocked. But that version of confidence is misleading. Because confidence does not appear before action. It develops because of it. At the beginning, you do not feel confident. You feel unsure, maybe even uncomfortable. You second-guess yourself, you hesitate, you overthink small decisions. You are aware of what could go wrong, and that awareness makes everything feel heavier, so you wait. You tell yourself you will start when you feel more ready, more prepared, more confident. But that moment never really comes. Because confidence is not what allows you to begin, it is what forms after you begin. There is a concept in psychology called self-efficacy. It refers to your belief in your ability to handle situations and achieve outcomes. And that belief is not built through thinking. It is built through experience. Every time you take action and navigate it, even imperfectly, you give your brain evidence. Evidence that you can figure things out. Evidence that you can handle uncertainty. Evidence that you can recover if something does not go as planned. That evidence is what builds confidence, not positive thinking, not waiting, not imagining success. Doing, even when it feels messy, even when you are not sure. That is the part people avoid, because acting without confidence feels uncomfortable. It feels like you are stepping into something without protection. But that discomfort is necessary, because without it, you never create the experiences that build the confidence you are waiting for. This is why people get stuck. They wait for a feeling that only comes after action. So they delay the very thing that would create it. And the longer they wait, the more distant that confidence feels. There is also something else that matters. Confidence is not built in one moment. It is built through repetition. You do something once, and it might feel difficult. You do it again, and it feels slightly easier. You repeat it enough times, and what once felt uncomfortable starts to feel familiar. That familiarity reduces uncertainty, and when uncertainty goes down, confidence goes up. Not because you changed overnight, but because you have done it enough times to know what to expect. This is why confidence in one area does not automatically transfer to another. You might feel confident in something you have practiced, but unsure in something new. Because confidence is specific. It is tied to experience, and without experience, it has nothing to stand on. There is also a misconception that confident people do not feel doubt, that they move through everything with certainty. But that is not true. They feel doubt too. The difference is, they are not waiting for it to disappear. They act with it. They have built enough trust in themselves to move forward even when they are not fully sure. That trust comes from past actions, from times where they tried, adjusted, learned, and continued. That history gives them something to rely on, and you build that same history the same way. By showing up, by taking small steps, by doing things before you feel fully ready. Because readiness is not a prerequisite. It is a result. This also changes how you see failure. When you are waiting for confidence, failure feels like confirmation that you were not ready. But when you understand that confidence is built, failure becomes part of the process. It becomes feedback. Something you can learn from, adjust, and use to improve your next attempt. And every time you go through that cycle, your confidence grows. Not because you succeeded perfectly, but because you handled the experience. That is what matters, handling it. Because once you know you can handle things, even when they do not go exactly as planned, the fear of starting decreases. And when the fear decreases, action becomes easier. That is how the cycle shifts, from waiting to acting, from acting to learning, from learning to building confidence, and it continues. So instead of asking, when will I feel confident enough? The better question is, what can I do right now, even if I do not feel confident yet? Because that action, no matter how small, is the first brick. And confidence is built brick by brick, not found all at once, not discovered in a moment, built over time, through action, repetition, and experience. That is how it becomes real. What you tolerate becomes your standard. It does not change all at once. It starts small. Something feels off, but not enough to react. You notice it, maybe question it for a second, then let it pass. It is easier that way. Less conflict, less effort, less disruption. So you tolerate it. And because nothing immediately breaks, it feels harmless. But that moment matters more than it seems, because what you allow once becomes easier to allow again. The second time, it feels more familiar. The third time, it barely registers. And before you realize it, something that once felt uncomfortable starts to feel normal. That is how standards shift. Not through big decisions, but through repeated tolerance. There is a concept in psychology called normalization. It is the process where repeated exposure to something makes it feel acceptable, even if it was not at the beginning. Your brain adapts. It stops reacting as strongly. What once stood out becomes part of the background. And that is where the change happens. Not in what is happening around you, but in how you perceive it. Because your standards are not just what you say you want. They are what you consistently accept. You might say you value respect, consistency, honesty. But if you tolerate behavior that goes against those things, your standard is not what you say. It is what you allow. And that gap creates confusion. Because on one level, you know something is not right, but on another level, you keep accepting it. And over time, that acceptance rewrites your baseline. You start expecting less. Not consciously, but gradually. You adjust your expectations to match your experience. That adjustment shows up in different areas. In relationships, you might tolerate being overlooked, disrespected, or undervalued. At first, it bothers you. Then you start explaining it away. You tell yourself it is not that serious, or that things will improve. But if nothing changes and you continue to accept it, it becomes the norm. In work, you might tolerate disorganization, lack of effort, or environments that do not support your growth. You stay because it is familiar, because changing it feels harder. But staying reinforces the standard. In your own habits, you might tolerate inconsistency. Skipping things you said you would do, delaying things that matter, lowering your expectations for yourself. And each time you do that, you teach yourself what is acceptable. That teaching happens through action, not intention. Because your brain learns from what you do repeatedly, not from what you say you want. This is why change often feels difficult. Because raising your standard requires you to stop tolerating what you have been allowing. And that creates discomfort. You have to set boundaries where you did not before. You have to say no when it feels easier to say yes. You have to walk away from situations that are familiar but not aligned. That is not easy, because tolerance often comes with a reason. You tolerate to avoid conflict. You tolerate to keep things stable. You tolerate because you hope things will improve without confrontation. But hope without action does not change the standard. It just maintains it. There is also something internal here. What you tolerate from yourself matters just as much. If you consistently let yourself off the hook, if you ignore your own commitments, if you accept less effort from yourself than you are capable of, that becomes your baseline. Not because you lack potential, but because you are reinforcing a lower standard through repetition. And once that standard is set, it influences everything. Your decisions, your expectations, your results. Because you operate within the limits you have accepted. The shift happens when you become aware of what you are tolerating. Not just in obvious ways, but in subtle ones. The small things you ignore, the patterns you allow to continue, the behaviors you justify even when you know they are not aligned. Awareness creates a choice. You can continue the pattern, or you can interrupt it. Interrupting it does not require perfection. It requires consistency. Each time you choose not to tolerate something that does not align, you raise your standards slightly. You reinforce a different expectation. And over time, those small decisions reshape what feels normal. That is how standards change. Not through one big moment, but through repeated choices. What you accept, what you reject, what you allow to continue. Because whatever you keep allowing will keep showing up. And whatever you stop tolerating will start to shift. That is the reality. Your standards are not defined by what you say you deserve. They are defined by what you consistently allow. And once you understand that, You realize you have more control than you thought, not over everything, but over what becomes normal in your life. Your past explains you, but it doesn't excuse you. It makes sense why you are the way you are, the way you react, the patterns you fall into, the things that trigger you, the habits you built over time. None of it came out of nowhere. It all traces back to something. Experiences, environments, people, moments that shaped how you think and how you behave. Your past explains a lot, and acknowledging that matters. Because it gives context. It helps you understand why certain things feel harder, why certain reactions happen automatically, why some patterns repeat even when you know they are not helping you. There is a psychological idea called conditioning. It is how repeated experiences shape your responses over time. If something happened enough, your brain learned to respond in a certain way. That learning does not disappear just because you want it to. So yes, your past explains you. But explanation is not the same as permission. And this is where things get uncomfortable. Because once you understand where your patterns come from, you face a choice. You can use that understanding to work on them, or you can use it to justify keeping them. That difference is everything. It is easy to say I act this way because of what I went through, and that might be true. But if that statement becomes the reason you do not change, it turns into an excuse. Not because your past does not matter, but because it is being used to avoid responsibility in the present. Responsibility does not mean blame. It means ownership. Ownership of your current actions, your current decisions, your current direction, even if those actions are influenced by things you did not choose. That is the hard part, because it feels unfair. Why should you be responsible for patterns you did not consciously create? Why should you have to fix things that came from experiences you did not control? Those questions are valid, but they do not change the reality. If something in your behavior is affecting your life, you are the only one who can change it. Not the past, not the people who influenced you, not the situations that shaped you. Only you in the present. That is where your control begins. There is also something else to consider. If you rely too much on your past as an explanation, it can limit how you see yourself. You start to believe that your patterns are fixed, that this is just how you are, and that belief reduces the likelihood of change. Because if something feels permanent, why try to change it? But patterns are not permanent. They are learned, and what is learned can be unlearned or replaced. Not instantly, not easily, but gradually, through awareness and repetition. Every time you notice a reaction and choose a different response, you create a small shift. Every time you interrupt a pattern, you weaken it. Every time you act in a way that aligns with who you want to be, you reinforce a new direction. That is how change happens. Not by erasing the past, but by changing how it influences your present. This does not mean ignoring what you went through. It means understanding it without being controlled by it, because understanding gives you clarity. But action is what creates change. There is also a difference between compassion and excuse. You can be compassionate with yourself. Recognize that certain things are harder for you because of your past. Acknowledge that some patterns took time to form and will take time to change. That is important. But compassion does not mean allowing those patterns to continue without effort. It means supporting yourself while you work on them. Holding yourself accountable without being harsh. That balance matters, because if you are too hard on yourself, you create resistance. If you are too lenient, you create stagnation. Growth happens in between. where you are honest about your patterns, but also committed to changing them. This is where your power is, not in what happened before, but in what you choose now, because your past might explain your starting point, but it does not define your end point. That is shaped by your actions moving forward, and those actions are not fixed. They are decisions, made in the present, influenced by the past, but not controlled by it. Once you understand that, something shifts. You stop looking backward for reasons to stay the same, and start looking forward for ways to become different, not by denying where you came from, but by deciding where you are going next. Being alone is better than being surrounded by the wrong people. You feel the difference, even if you try to ignore it. You can be in a room full of people, conversations happening, noise all around you, and still feel disconnected. Not because you are physically alone, but because something is off. The energy does not match. The conversations feel surface level. The connection is not real, and that kind of loneliness hits differently, because it is not about absence. It is about misalignment. At first, you tolerate it. You tell yourself it is normal, that not every interaction has to be deep, that you are overthinking it. You stay in those spaces because they are familiar, because leaving feels uncomfortable, because being around people feels better than being alone. But over time, something starts to drain. Not all at once, but gradually. You feel less like yourself. You hold back more. You adjust your behavior to fit the environment instead of expressing who you actually are. Conversations become something you go through, not something you enjoy. And that quiet disconnection builds. There is a psychological concept called emotional contagion. It explains how the people around you influence your mood, your energy, even your thinking patterns. You absorb more than you realize. So if you are constantly around negativity, superficiality, or people who do not align with your values, it starts to affect you. Not instantly, but consistently. And consistency shapes you. That is why the wrong environment can feel so heavy, because it pulls you in a direction you do not even consciously choose. You start normalizing things that do not sit right with you. You start accepting conversations that do not add anything meaningful. You start lowering your expectations for connection, and eventually, you stop questioning it. That is where the real cost shows up. Not just in how you feel, but in who you become in those spaces, because you cannot fully be yourself in the wrong environment. You are either shrinking, adapting, or disconnecting internally, and none of those lead to growth. This is where being alone starts to make more sense. Not as isolation, not as avoidance, but as a reset. When you are alone, you are not influenced by external energy in the same way. You have space to think clearly, to reconnect with your own thoughts, your own values, your own direction. That space is important, because it allows you to recalibrate, to figure out what actually matters to you without constant noise. At first, being alone can feel uncomfortable, because you are not used to it. There is no distraction, no background conversation, no easy way to avoid your own thoughts. You have to sit with yourself, and that can feel unfamiliar. But over time, it becomes clarity. You start understanding yourself better. You start noticing what you enjoy, what you value, what kind of people you actually want around you. That awareness changes your standards. And once your standards change, you become less willing to stay in environments that do not align. That is the shift. Not that you prefer being alone forever, but that you would rather be alone than feel disconnected in the wrong company, because the wrong company does not just fill your time. It shapes your mindset. It influences your behavior. It affects your direction. And that influence is not always obvious. It happens in small ways, through conversations, through attitudes, through repeated exposure. And over time, those small influences add up. On the other hand, being alone gives you control over that influence. You decide what you consume, what you focus on, what you build. You are not constantly adjusting to match others. You are building from your own baseline. That does not mean you stop valuing relationships. It means you become more selective. You look for connection, not just presence. For alignment, not just proximity. For people who add something real, not just fill space. Because once you experience the difference, it is hard to go back. You realize that being surrounded by the wrong people is not neutral. It has a cost, and that cost is often higher than the discomfort of being alone. So you choose differently. Not out of isolation, but out of awareness. Because you understand that the people around you shape your experience more than you think. And if the choice is between losing yourself in the wrong environment or finding yourself in your own space, the second option starts to feel like the better one. Not easier, but better. Growth feels like loss before it feels like progress. You do not always recognize growth when it is happening. In fact, most of the time, it does not feel like growth at all. It feels like losing parts of your life that were familiar. People you used to talk to less. Habits that no longer fit. Environments that do not feel the same anymore. Even versions of yourself that used to feel normal suddenly feel outdated. And that creates confusion. Because if you are improving, why does it feel like things are disappearing instead of expanding? That is where the misunderstanding starts. Growth is not just addition. It is also subtraction. And subtraction feels like loss before it feels like clarity. There is a psychological process behind this called identity transition. When you change, your internal identity updates faster than your external life does. That creates friction between who you were and who you are becoming. And that friction feels uncomfortable. Because your brain is trying to hold on to familiarity while also adjusting to something new. So you experience tension. You might outgrow certain relationships, not because anything dramatic happened, but because your direction changed. Conversations that once felt easy start to feel less meaningful. Shared habits no longer align with your priorities. And instead of feeling like progress, it feels like distance. You might also notice that some environments you used to enjoy do not feel the same anymore. Not because they got worse, but because you changed. Your perspective shifted. Your tolerance shifted. Your standards shifted. And when that happens, what once felt normal starts to feel misaligned. That can feel like loss. Because you are letting go of familiarity, even if that familiarity was not helping you grow. There is also something deeper happening internally. As you grow, your awareness increases. You start noticing patterns you used to ignore. Behaviors you used to accept without question now feel different. Things that once blended into the background become visible. And once you see them, you cannot unsee them. That awareness changes how you interact with everything. You become more selective, more intentional, more aware of what feels aligned and what does not. But awareness often comes with discomfort because it forces you to acknowledge things you were previously comfortable ignoring. And that acknowledgement can feel like loss. Loss of simplicity, loss of ignorance, loss of old comfort. Even if what you are gaining is better. This is why growth is often misunderstood. From the outside, people assume it should feel exciting. more success, more clarity, more confidence. But internally, it often feels like letting go before it feels like gaining, because before new structures form, old ones have to loosen, and that between phase is unstable. You are no longer fully who you were, but you are not fully who you are becoming yet. That uncertainty creates discomfort, and in that discomfort, it is easy to think something is going wrong. But nothing is going wrong. You are just in transition. There is also a behavioral shift that happens. As you grow, your actions start to change. You stop participating in certain patterns. You stop engaging in certain dynamics. You stop reinforcing certain versions of yourself. And when you stop reinforcing them, they naturally fade. That fading can feel like loss, because anything that was part of your daily life leaving creates space, and empty space feels unfamiliar at first. But that space is where new structure forms, new habits, new relationships, new direction. Growth requires that space, but you only recognize its value after it has been filled. At the beginning, it just feels like emptiness. This is why many people resist growth without realizing it, not because they do not want to improve, but because they do not want to lose what feels familiar, even if that familiarity is limiting them, even if it is keeping them in the same place. The mind prefers known discomfort over unknown improvement, because known discomfort feels controllable. Unknown improvement feels uncertain. But growth always begins in that uncertainty, and it requires trust. Trust that what you are releasing is making space for something better, even if you cannot see it yet, even if it does not feel like progress in the moment. Over time, things start to settle, new patterns form, new environments take shape, new versions of you become more stable, and only then does it start to feel like progress. But by then, you realize something important. The loss was never the point. It was the transition. And what felt like losing pieces of your life was actually you shedding what no longer matched who you were becoming. You don't owe everyone access to your life. At some point, you start noticing how much of your life is visible to people who do not really need to see it. Not in a dramatic way. Just small things. What you are doing, what you are planning, what you are struggling with, what you are building. It becomes easy to share, easy to update, easy to explain yourself to anyone who asks. And without realizing it, your life starts to feel a little too open. There is a difference between connection and access. Connection is meaningful. It is mutual. It is built on trust, understanding, and alignment. Access is different. Access is simply being present in your life without necessarily adding value to it. And the two often get confused, because not everyone who knows about you deserves to be involved in you. But in a world where sharing is constant, that line becomes blurry. You post updates. You explain decisions. You justify choices. You respond to opinions that were never asked for in the first place, and slowly, your internal space becomes externalized. There is a psychological effect behind this called overexposure. The more you share, the more your experiences are open to interpretation, comparison, and judgment. And that can subtly shift how you experience your own life. You start thinking in terms of how things will look to others instead of how they actually feel to you. And that shift matters. Because not everyone in your environment is aligned with your growth. Some people are observers. Some are temporary. Some are not invested in your direction at all. Yet they still have visibility into your process. And that visibility can influence how you move. You might hesitate to make changes because of how they will be perceived. You might delay decisions because you feel like you need to explain them first. You might start performing your life instead of living it. That is where the problem begins. Because your life is not meant to be constantly explained. It is meant to be lived. There is also something subtle that happens when too many people have access to your process. You lose clarity, not because you do not know what you want, but because you are filtering your decisions through too many perspectives. Every opinion adds noise. Every reaction adds pressure. Every expectation adds weight. And suddenly, what should have been simple becomes complicated. Not because the path is unclear, but because too many voices are involved in it. That is why privacy is not isolation. It is protection. Protection of your focus, your direction, your mental space. When you reduce unnecessary access, you give yourself room to think clearly, room to make decisions without external influence, room to move without constantly being observed. There is a difference between being understood and being constantly visible. You can have people who truly know you, who support you, who matter in your life, without giving everyone full access to every part of your process. Because not every stage of your life needs an audience. Some stages need silence. Some decisions need space before they are explained. Some growth needs to happen without external commentary shaping it before it is complete. This is where boundaries become important. Not walls, but filters. Knowing what to share, when to share it, and with whom. Because once something is shared, it cannot be unshared. And not everyone handles information with care or understanding. Some people will project their own limitations onto your decisions. Some will question things they do not understand. Some will form opinions without context. And if you give too much access, those opinions start to influence you. Even if you do not realize it, that is why protecting your process matters. Because your life is not a group project. It is not something everyone gets equal input on. It is something you are responsible for shaping. And the more people are involved without necessity, the more fragmented that responsibility feels. There is also a quiet strength in keeping certain parts of your life private, not secrecy in a negative sense, but intentional privacy, moving in a way that is not constantly explained, building things without needing immediate validation, making decisions without needing approval. That creates clarity, because your attention is not split between living and managing perception. It is focused on living, and that focus changes how you move. You become more grounded in your decisions, less reactive to opinions, more intentional with your direction, because you are no longer trying to align your life with how it appears to others. You are aligning it with what actually matters to you, and that is where real stability comes from. Not from being seen by everyone, but from being centered in yourself. So you do not owe everyone access to your life. You owe yourself the space to live it clearly, without unnecessary noise shaping every step. Success often comes with loneliness. It is not something people warn you about in a meaningful way. They talk about the success part, the results, the recognition, the progress, the change in your life, but they rarely talk about what shifts around you when you start moving differently than the people who were once close to you. Because it does shift. Slowly, then suddenly. At first, everything feels the same. You are still in the same circles, still having the same conversations, still sharing the same spaces. Nothing seems to be breaking. But as you grow, your priorities start to change. Your habits change. Your focus changes. And without even realizing it, your life starts moving in a slightly different direction from the people around you, not because anyone did something wrong, but because direction matters more than intention. There is a concept in psychology called developmental divergence. It describes how people who start in similar environments can gradually become different over time as their goals, discipline, and choices separate their paths. And that divergence creates distance. Not always physical distance, emotional distance, mental distance, even conversational distance. Because what once felt easy to relate to starts feeling less aligned. The things you care about change. The way you think changes. The way you spend your time changes. And slowly, conversations that used to feel natural start to feel less meaningful. Not because the people are bad, but because the overlap is shrinking. That is where loneliness starts to show up. Not necessarily as isolation, but as a feeling of being slightly out of sync. You can be around people and still feel it. You can be connected socially and still sense that you are no longer fully in the same space. And that can be confusing, because success is supposed to feel like expansion. But in reality, growth often removes as much as it adds. You gain new skills, new opportunities, new perspectives. But you also lose certain forms of familiarity. The ease of old connections, the simplicity of shared routines, the comfort of not needing to explain your direction. There is also something internal that changes. As you progress, your standards rise. For yourself, for your environment, for your conversations, for your time. And once your standards rise, some relationships naturally feel different. Not necessarily worse, just less aligned with where you are going. And that creates space. Space that is not always immediately filled. That space can feel like loneliness, because your environment is no longer fully matching your internal state. There is also a psychological factor called role strain. As people grow, they often take on new roles or identities that are not fully understood by the people around them. That can make expression feel limited. You do not always feel fully seen in the same way anymore. So you start holding certain things back. Not because you want to, but because they are harder to explain. And over time, that reduces the depth of everyday connection. This is one of the quieter costs of success. Not rejection, not failure, but misalignment. You begin to operate at a different level of focus, responsibility, or ambition than the people who were once part of your daily environment. And unless those relationships evolve at the same pace, the gap becomes noticeable. That does not mean those connections disappear completely. Some adapt. Some remain stable in a different form. Some fade naturally, but the feeling of being fully understood by everyone you used to be close to becomes less common, and that can feel isolating, especially in moments where you achieve something and realize there are fewer people who truly understand the weight of it. There is also a deeper truth here. Success often requires long periods of focused effort. Time spent building, learning, refining, repeating. And that time is often spent in solitude. Not because you are avoiding people, but because deep work requires attention that cannot be constantly divided. So even before success is visible, loneliness is already part of the process. And when results finally come, that pattern does not automatically change. You may have more recognition, more visibility, more external validation. But internally, your habits of focus and independence remain. And that can make the contrast between public recognition and private experience feel even stronger. This is where perspective matters, because loneliness in this context is not always a sign of something going wrong. It is often a byproduct of depth, of choosing focus over constant social engagement, of choosing direction over constant alignment with everyone around you, of choosing growth even when it creates distance, but understanding that does not always make it easier, because humans still need connection, still need people who understand them without explanation, still need spaces where they feel seen without effort. So the challenge becomes balance, not avoiding growth to preserve comfort, not isolating completely in the name of progress, but being intentional about the relationships that matter and the environments that support who you are becoming. Because success may come with loneliness at times, but it does not have to come with disconnection forever. The key is recognizing that some distance is part of growth. But not all distance is permanent, and not all connection has to be lost just because you are changing. People remember how you made them feel, not what you did. You can do everything correctly and still not be remembered the way you expected. You can show up on time, do what you promised, say the right things, handle situations properly, even go above what was required. Logically, it should be enough. On paper, it looks complete. But people do not store life like a checklist. They store it like an experience. And experiences are emotional first, factual second. That is the part most people underestimate. There is a psychological concept called affective memory. It means people remember emotional impressions more strongly and for longer than neutral facts. The brain prioritizes how something felt because emotions signal importance, safety, threat, connection, or rejection. So even if two people do the exact same thing, they can be remembered completely differently based on the emotional impact they left behind. One person might be seen as reliable but distant. Another might be seen as imperfect but warm. And over time, the emotional impression becomes the identity people associate with them. This is why intention alone does not control how you are remembered. You might intend to be respectful, helpful, fair. But if the other person consistently feels unheard, dismissed, or emotionally disconnected in your presence, that becomes the lasting impression, not because your actions were wrong, but because the emotional layer was missing or misaligned. This applies in every direction. In friendships, in relationships, in work, even in brief interactions, people are constantly asking themselves, often unconsciously, how did this person make me feel? Safe or tense, seen or ignored, understood or judged, respected or diminished, and that answer becomes the memory. Not the exact words you said, not the specific actions you took, but the emotional residue left behind. That is why two people can describe the same interaction in completely different ways. Because they are not recalling the same facts. They are recalling their internal experience of those facts. There is also something important happening in how trust is built. Trust is rarely built on performance alone. It is built on consistency of emotional experience. If someone feels respected around you consistently, even in small interactions, trust builds. If someone feels uncertain, even if nothing objectively wrong happens, trust weakens. Because uncertainty is emotional, and the brain pays attention to emotional stability. This is also why small moments often matter more than big ones. A single moment of genuine understanding can stay with someone longer than repeated neutral interactions. And a single moment of feeling dismissed can linger, even if everything else was fine. Because emotional spikes are what the brain encodes strongly, not just the routine. This creates an interesting reality in relationships. You are not remembered as a list of things you did. You are remembered as a pattern of how you made people feel over time. That pattern becomes your reputation in their mind. And once that reputation forms, it becomes the lens through which they interpret everything else you do. So even neutral actions can be reinterpreted based on that emotional baseline. If someone feels safe with you, they are more likely to assume positive intent. If someone feels uneasy with you, they are more likely to question your actions, even when they are harmless. That is how powerful emotional memory is. It shapes interpretation, not just recollection. This is why communication alone is not enough. You can say the right thing, but if your tone, timing, or presence creates discomfort, that discomfort often overrides the words. Because emotion is processed faster than logic. The brain reacts first, then explains later. So what people feel in your presence becomes the foundation, and what you say becomes secondary. This does not mean you have to perform emotionally or pretend to be something you are not. It means awareness matters. Awareness of how your behavior lands, not just how it is intended. Because intention lives with you, but impact lives with them. And they are not always the same thing. There is also a deeper implication here. If people remember how you made them feel, then your influence is not just in your achievements or actions. It is in your presence, in the way you communicate, in the emotional space you create around you. That can either strengthen your connections or quietly weaken them over time. And often, it is the subtle patterns that matter most. The repeated way you listen or do not listen, the way you respond under stress, the emotional tone you bring into interactions. These small things accumulate until they form a clear impression. So what this really comes down to is not perfection, but awareness. Because you cannot control every interpretation, but you can influence the emotional consistency you bring into your interactions. And over time, that consistency becomes what people remember most. Not the exact details, not the isolated actions, but the feeling of being around you. You can restart, but never from zero. It rarely feels like a clean restart. When people talk about starting over, they imagine a reset button. A fresh version of life where everything is wiped, where past mistakes, delays, and wrong turns no longer matter. But that is not how life works. You can change direction, you can rebuild, you can begin again in a new way, but you are never starting from zero. Because you are not the same person who started the first time. You carry everything with you. Not just the outcomes, but the experience. The lessons you learned, the habits you formed, the awareness you gained, even the things you lost along the way. All of it becomes part of your starting point the next time. There is a concept in psychology called experiential accumulation. It describes how every action and outcome creates stored learning in the brain. Even when something fails, it does not disappear. It becomes information that shapes how you move forward. So when you restart, you are not blank. You are informed. You are shaped. You are already further along than before, even if it does not feel like it. The problem is, your emotions do not always recognize that progress immediately. If something ended badly, or if you stopped for a long time, or if you feel behind compared to where you thought you would be, it can create the illusion that you are back at the beginning. But that feeling is misleading, because beginning is not just about position. It is about perspective, and your perspective has changed. You see things differently now. You recognize patterns you would have missed before. You understand consequences you used to ignore. You are more aware of what works and what does not. That awareness is not nothing. It is progress that does not show up as external results yet, but it changes how you make decisions going forward. That is why restarting is not the same as starting. You are building on top of everything that came before, even if it feels like you are rebuilding from scratch. There is also something important about failure that people often misunderstand. Failure does not erase progress. It refines it. Every attempt that did not work still contributed information about timing, effort, strategy, and behavior. It showed you what does not work for you, even if it did not give you what you wanted. And that information is part of your foundation now. So even if you take a break, even if you lose momentum, even if things fall apart temporarily, you are not returning to zero. You are returning with context. And context changes everything. It changes how quickly you can rebuild. It changes how you approach problems. It changes what you avoid repeating. That is why people who restart after setbacks often move differently the second time. Not because they suddenly became more capable, but because they are no longer guessing. They have data. They have memory. They have experience. Even emotional experience matters here. You know what disappointment feels like. You know what inconsistency leads to. You know what effort without direction feels like. That emotional understanding shapes your future behavior just as much as logical understanding does. There is also a deeper layer. Restarting often feels difficult, not because you are incapable, but because you are comparing where you are now with an imagined version of where you thought you would be, and that comparison creates pressure. But progress is not measured against an ideal timeline. It is measured against your actual starting point and your actual movement over time. And by that measure, you are never at zero once you have tried. Even pauses are not zero, because during pauses, you are still processing, still reflecting, still internalizing what happened before. That becomes part of your next attempt. So when you begin again, you are not empty. You are layered. And those layers matter, because they reduce uncertainty. They improve judgment. They help you avoid repeating the same mistakes with the same blindness. This is why restarting can actually be more efficient than the first attempt, even if it feels slower emotionally. You are not wasting time relearning everything. You are building on what you already went through. That is the quiet advantage most people overlook. So the real shift is not in pretending you are starting fresh. It is in recognizing that you are starting further ahead than it feels. Not because the past was perfect, but because it left something behind in you. Something that stays. Something that carries forward. And that is what makes restarting possible without ever truly going back to zero. Small daily actions matter more than big intentions. You can have the clearest intention in the world and still end up in the same place months later. Not because you were lying to yourself, and not because you did not care, but because intention does not move anything on its own. It feels powerful in the moment. You decide you will change. You imagine a better version of your life. You feel motivated for a while. Everything makes sense in your head. But then the day starts, and nothing changes unless something actually happens. There is a gap most people do not notice at first. The gap between what you intend and what you repeatedly do. And that gap is where most outcomes are decided. Because life does not respond to what you mean. It responds to what you consistently repeat. There is a concept in behavioral psychology called behavioral reinforcement. It explains how repeated actions shape neural pathways in the brain. The more you do something, the easier it becomes to do again. The less you do it, the harder it feels to return to it. So your life is not shaped by one big decision. It is shaped by thousands of small ones. What you do when you wake up, what you choose when you feel tired, what you repeat when no one is watching, what you default to when there is no pressure forcing you either way. Those moments look small in isolation, almost irrelevant, but they are not isolated, they stack, and stacking is what creates direction. This is why big intentions often fail to produce big change, because they rely on emotion, and emotion fluctuates. Some days you feel motivated, some days you do not. Some days everything feels clear, other days everything feels heavy. If your actions depend on those emotional highs, your consistency becomes unstable, and without consistency, nothing compounds. Small daily actions work differently. They do not depend on how you feel, they depend on what you repeatedly choose, and repetition removes negotiation. At first, it feels insignificant. One small action does not look like progress. It does not feel like transformation. It feels too slow, too minor to matter. But that is where most people misjudge it, because they are looking for visible change too early. Real change is often invisible in the beginning. It is happening in your patterns, not your results. There is also something called the compound effect. It describes how small, consistent actions, repeated over time, produce outcomes that are disproportionate to their size. Not because each action is powerful on its own, but because they accumulate. A small improvement repeated daily becomes a major shift over time. A small negative habit repeated daily becomes a major limitation over time. The direction matters more than the intensity. This is why people can have strong intentions for years and still feel stuck. Because intention does not accumulate. Action does. Even imperfect action counts more than perfect intention. Because action creates feedback. You learn what works, you adjust. You refine. You improve based on reality, not imagination. Intention without action stays abstract. Action turns it into experience, and experience is what changes behavior. This is also where discipline quietly becomes more important than motivation. Motivation is about how you feel before doing something. Discipline is about what you repeat regardless of how you feel. And repetition is where identity forms. You are not who you intend to be. You are what you repeatedly do. That is why small actions matter so much, because they are shaping your identity in real time, not through dramatic moments, but through consistent behavior. And over time, that consistency becomes your default. You do not need to force it as much. It becomes part of how you operate. This is also why neglecting small actions has a cost, because absence also compounds. Skipping one day feels harmless. Skipping repeatedly creates distance, and that distance becomes harder to close the longer it continues. Not because you lost ability, but because momentum shifted. So the real decision is rarely about one big effort. It is about what you are willing to repeat when it is not exciting, when no one is watching, when there is no immediate reward, because that is where outcomes are actually built. Not in the idea of change, but in the daily execution of it. And once you understand that, your focus shifts from waiting for motivation to building repetition, from thinking about change to practicing it in small ways every day. Because in the end, big intentions do not shape your life. Small daily actions do. Life is unfair, and it doesn't apologize. You notice it early, even if nobody says it out loud. Things do not distribute evenly. Effort does not always match outcome. Two people can do the same thing and end up in completely different places. Someone can try harder and still get less. Someone else can seem to do less and still move ahead. and there is no correction mechanism that steps in and fixes it. No apology. No explanation that satisfies you. Just outcomes. That is the part people struggle to accept. Because from a young age, there is often an expectation that effort should map to reward. Work hard, get results. Do the right things, get the right outcomes. Be consistent, and life will respond in a predictable way. But reality does not operate on that contract. It is not built on fairness. It is built on complexity. There are systems, timing, environment, relationships, randomness, access, opportunity, health, and countless variables interacting at the same time. And your effort is only one part of that equation. That does not make effort meaningless, but it does make it non-guaranteed. There is a psychological concept called outcome independence. It describes the idea that results are not fully tied to intention or effort, but to a combination of factors outside of full control. That realization can feel uncomfortable at first, because it removes certainty. It removes the idea that you can perfectly predict outcomes if you just do everything right, and people naturally want predictability. It feels safer. But life does not prioritize safety in that way. It prioritizes reality, and reality does not pause to balance things out emotionally. That is why unfairness feels so sharp. Not because it is rare, but because it is consistent. You see it in opportunities, in timing, in relationships, in starting points, in circumstances people never chose but still have to work within. And when you are on the receiving end of it, it can feel personal. Like something is being withheld from you. Like there should be compensation for the imbalance. But there is no built-in correction for emotional fairness. Things simply happen, and then they continue. This is where people often get stuck, because they start interpreting unfairness as a reason to stop trying. If effort does not guarantee outcome, then why continue? If the system is not balanced, why invest so much into it? But that reaction misses something important. Unfairness does not remove your influence. It just limits certainty. You still shape direction. You still increase probability. You still improve your position relative to where you started, even if the outcome is not guaranteed. That distinction matters, because if you only act when outcomes are guaranteed, you stop acting almost completely. There is also something else that happens when you accept unfairness without denial. You stop personalizing every result. You stop assuming every setback is a reflection of your worth. You start seeing outcomes as information instead of judgment. This reduces emotional weight, not because things become fair, but because you stop expecting them to be. And that expectation is often what causes the most frustration. There is also a practical shift. When you understand that life does not apologize or correct itself, you start focusing more on controllable inputs: your effort, your decisions, your consistency, your adaptability. Instead of waiting for fairness, you build resilience. Not passive acceptance, but active engagement with reality as it is. That does not remove disappointment, but it reduces confusion, because you are no longer surprised when things do not balance out perfectly. You expect variation. You expect randomness. You expect that timing and circumstance will matter. And that expectation makes you more stable when things do not go your way. At the same time, it also makes success more grounded, because when things do go your way, you understand the layers behind it. Not just effort, but timing, environment, and persistence aligning in your favor. That awareness keeps you humble, but also more strategic, because you are no longer relying on fairness as a guarantee. You are working within reality as it is, and that is the shift. Life does not promise balance. It does not issue apologies. It does not correct outcomes to match effort. But it does respond to action over time. Not perfectly, not immediately, but consistently enough that movement still matters. So the goal is not to wait for fairness. It is to work effectively within a system that is not fair. Because even in an unfair system, your direction still matters, and your actions still compound, even when no apology ever comes. In the end, you live with the consequences of your choices. At first, choices feel small. You decide what to do today, what to delay, what to ignore, what to prioritize. None of it seems permanent. It feels flexible, adjustable, like you can always change direction later without much cost. And in the moment, that is true. One decision rarely defines everything. But decisions do not stay isolated. They connect, they build on each other. And over time, they turn into consequences. Not all at once, not in a dramatic instant, but gradually, quietly, in ways that are easy to overlook until they are already part of your reality. That is the part most people miss. Because the gap between choice and consequence creates an illusion. It makes it feel like what you are doing now does not matter as much as it actually does. There is a concept called cumulative effect. It means small actions, repeated consistently, create significant outcomes over time. The impact is not in the single choice, but in the pattern of choices. So when you repeat something, even if it feels minor, you are shaping direction. Not just today, but over weeks, months, years. And direction turns into outcome. If you consistently avoid something important, the consequence is not immediate failure. It is gradual misalignment. You drift further from where you want to be. If you consistently choose comfort over effort, the consequence is not instant loss. It is missed growth, reduced capability, fewer options later. If you consistently act with intention, the consequence is not instant success. It is progress that compounds. The pattern is what matters. But because patterns take time to show results, it is easy to underestimate them. You tell yourself you will fix things later, that you will be more disciplined tomorrow, that this one decision does not matter. And individually, it might not, but collectively, it does. Because later is built from what you are doing now. There is also something deeper. Consequences are not just external, they are internal. Your choices shape how you see yourself. If you follow through on what you say you will do, you build trust in yourself. If you repeatedly break your own commitments, that trust weakens. And self-trust affects everything. Your confidence, your consistency, your willingness to take on challenges. Because when you trust yourself, you act differently. When you do not, you hesitate. That internal consequence is often more significant than the external one, because it changes how you approach life as a whole. There is also a tendency to think that consequences can always be avoided or delayed, and sometimes they can, for a while, but not forever. That is where reality catches up, not as punishment, but as a natural result of accumulated choices. If you neglect something long enough, it requires more effort to fix later. If you build something consistently, it becomes harder to lose. Everything compounds in one direction or another. That is why awareness matters early. Not when the consequences are already heavy, but when the choices still feel light, because that is when you have the most flexibility. When a small adjustment can change your trajectory, instead of needing a major correction later. There is also something important about ownership. It is easy to attribute outcomes to external factors, and sometimes those factors are real. Circumstances, timing, environment, things outside your control. But within those conditions, your choices still play a role, and recognizing that role gives you control, not over everything, but over your direction. Because if your choices matter in creating your current situation, they also matter in changing it. That is where responsibility becomes useful. Not as blame, but as leverage. Because what you own, you can influence. And what you influence, you can change over time. This is why the idea of consequences is not just about caution. It is about clarity. Understanding that every decision, even the small ones, is part of a larger pattern, and that pattern becomes your reality. So instead of thinking only about immediate comfort or short-term relief, you start thinking in terms of direction. Where is this leading? If I repeat this, what does it become? Because in the end, you do not just live with isolated choices. You live with what those choices built. Your habits, your environment, your opportunities, your limitations, all shaped by patterns over time. And once those patterns solidify, they become your baseline. That is what you wake up to. That is what you operate within. That is what you carry forward, which means the real decision is not just about today. It is about what today is building. Because eventually, that becomes something you have to live with. Every single day,